rocket, then it went to the orbit and then it was inflated. It required a rocket to do.
Yeah, that's what they told you. They told you that you can still use a rocket, right? Nothing is stopping you to launch something with a rocket. Let's make that clear. That can happen in your fantasy, where there's a vacuum, or it can happen in reality. Both those things can be, or we can lift a balloon without a rocket here in reality.
If it is super fluid, think of like a thing of water, like hitting now it just blasts off. Like if you put a drop of water on an already hot frying pan, it's just gonna just race off. Like so, if there is super fluid up there, then it ain't a vacuum that would begin with, and there's no viscosity, so there's no resistance much at all, if any. And then it'd take just a little bit of heat to, or maybe electrostatic type of energy to propel the shit out of them things. But not that high. I wouldn't think it'd be that high, but
rockets are filled with a bunch of helium too, anyway, right?
It's used for cooling.
It's not that they're vertical blimps, like it seems like.
It's just for cooling.
It's just for cool. I know,
Yeah,
but
the
it's
nozzle
like
is inserted with liquid helium.
Why wouldn't they just use refrigerant?
Do you know how long it takes them to even fill it up with helium? It's a while. You know, you can't do too much, or else it'll freeze over.
It's usually
that is about the
hydrogen.
dumbest response I've ever gotten to that. I'll fight you. You want my address?
He's not wrong, man.
We'll pay-per-view.
It's used for cooling and cleaning. Those are the two purposes they use it for.
It's still helium, right? So it's like
right.
It's liquid helium, though.
Yeah. Not when it's transferring.
Wow.
Yeah, but you know, when I buy helium, I buy it in a metal tank, and it doesn't make the metal tank float, right? So it's not going to make, unless that thing that you're looking at, that rocket, is made out of nothing.
It's going to be liquid helium. I mean, because that's like we're going to transfer propane.
If all this stuff is real, we would be able to track them real time. There'd be cameras on every one of them. I do, and I'm pretty positive there would be. That way, there'd be no argument. But you know, that's just.
What are they filling up? I mean, why don't they just like strap a tank to it? I mean, what are you talking about? Just load the tank in. It's like a CO2 charge. You know what I mean? Wouldn't you just build it like that? Not transfer all that pressure into something else. It takes you hours and hours to do. What if you need to do it on the fly?
You need to have the pressure inside the rocket for it to not fall apart.
Jesus.
Okay.
I mean, to me, it's got to be a big show anyway. So we need to do it in the most like impractical manner possible.
Material exists, the technology exists. Have you guys heard of Vectran? Posted a picture of it.
Oh, yeah, the inflatable living quarters.
This stuff is 5 times stronger than steel, by the way. So there's your balloon material. I mean,
this was designed to be like something that you attach to a space station. You have a living space.
That's correct. So imagine the pressure it could withstand. Like I said, 5 times stronger than steel. It's called Vectran.
Okay.
So, doesn't take a genius. You got your balloon. You put a capsule underneath it. You pressurize it. Whee! Off you go. You got a high platform. Now imagine what the military has after 50 years of this stuff. Imagine. Just give me a few months and they're billions of dollars, and I'll come up with the freakiest machines that you can think of. It's not difficult. We know 120,000 feet. There's hardly no atmos. So, what's the most cost-effective way? Balloon, capsule, pressure, air, thrust. I mean, this is not rocket science. Well, it is in a way, but it isn't really. It's logic. The material, you have the ways and means. You're the army, you need high ground. That's it. Just imagine what they have. You don't need no space. You don't need no vacuum and flying and constantly flying. You have your balloon and you're ripping around. You have your capsule.
I'd be able to do it too, because it's like rocket science. I think the toughest part here is like keeping the rocket straight up. As you burn off fuel, right, you're gonna start to like lose Barry center. Your center balance is gonna be out, so you're gonna start to pitch a little bit. This is a problem.
No,
It's a
the
problem.
center of gravity just gets higher.
I know
It doesn't
it's
go
a
to the
problem.
side.
I'll fight you. This is a problem. And so what I'm saying is, it makes sense. They could probably get it to, to arc to a correct place and then blow the rocket up and just drop off the payload. That makes sense. But trying to do something like really long distance like this, I don't think so. I think that's why like Elon Musk just went through like I don't know how many rockets is he trying to send up and blow up? That they all blow up. The giant like Delta ones he's putting up. It's based off the same the engine, isn't it? It's just more of the same engine.
You can use rockets to get yourself up there. Why not? Or you can just use balloons.
The hardest thing is delivering like payload to there because you have to adjust for all that weight differential. That's all. It would be so impossible. The idea of just like space travel like that, I don't know.
Why would you not use it? Why would you not use buoyancy, right? Why would you not do it? I mean, it's there. It's there. You have a means of, yeah.
If isn't the requirement of buoyancy have to be less dense?
Yeah. Your balloon is less dense than where you're at. You're going up. Going on up
Less dense in the air?
to the sky. You're not old enough for the Jeffersons, are you, Kosho? Do you remember the Jeffersons? No, huh? You're too young.
No, of course I do. It's hard for you to hear me right now. Because
Out in the men's room now. Gotcha. Lines forming around the service desk. I just mean that the physics of trying to. It's like trying to let's build a giant catapult. You know what I mean? It seems like that kind of like it's the wrong way to do it, and I think probably balloons and electrostatics that wins.
Well, yeah, think about it. What's the most cost-effective way to have an eye in the sky? Think about it, man. It's a balloon.
We have those. They're called spy satellites.
That's what they make you believe, bro. They make you believe there's something falling constantly in a vacuum next to a gas. That can't happen. That's a fantasy, bro. So you got to think of reality now. Would you do it in reality, right?
The LTE system for South America covered the whole continent with like 7 or 8 balloons. I know what more than 12, but you can't even find that information, man. But I put it in all
You're breaking up, Brian.
system.
Well, maybe you can try again because we didn't get anything you said there, bro.
Oh shit, my bad. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Let me go to my fateful spot. Hopefully this spot's working. But no, the LTE system. I think it was like 6 or 8 balloons. I know what more. If I'm not mistaken, I have to look.
You're roboting real hard.
Yeah, it's not working. Go back to where you were before.
Yeah, I will. Damn. Okay, the LTE covers South America.
Sorry, Brian. Sorry, Brian.
Still a no-go, bro.
Thanks, man.
That's hilarious,
Not
dude. I
working.
dropped it, man. I want the last thing out before I got to go eat, but I'm gonna be listening. But
Like,
if y'all
it's
can hear
basically
me,
only robots, so yeah, we had to say something.
I understand. The LTE system, the whole mobile phone system covered the whole continent of South America with less than a dozen balloons. And you can't even find this information anymore. It's old, but I've captured it and put it in one of my videos. And they put it up on balloons. They were one of the first ones to do it. And y'all probably all heard of the LTE. And it was internet and mobile phone systems. But I think it was 6 or 8 balloons covered the whole damn continent, like 100,000 feet or 120. But this is old news. But it's scrubbed shit, man. A lot of these things, man, we need to make sure we don't lose because they're burning books basically digitally on us.
You know those string of satellites they say they launched and this and that? Well, I actually saw that in the sky when it first happened.
The Starlink one?
Yeah, you know that string, I saw 2 of those, like, with my own eyes, flying right by, like, and it's just like you see in the video, right? One after the other. There was like 20, 30 of them going one way and like 40 of them or something going the other way. Like, it was a spectacle. You can't deny what you see, right? I actually saw that with my own eyes. And my wife was with me, so I wasn't hallucinating.
I mean, it's not that rare. You can check for dates. There's predictions when you can see it.
Yeah, now we see it. Right now we got to know what is it. And it's definitely not what they say it is.
It looks like so. So
No, it doesn't look like so.
they say it's 49 satellites in a row. They fly fast. Well, you go out, you see they move fast, and there's 49 of them. And just so happens to coincide with a rocket launch. And just so happens to be a video of them being launched in space.
I also saw a string of balloons that looked exactly like that being launched. I have a picture. I have to try
You
and
have a
find.
picture of a single balloon being copy and pasted as it moves. Yeah.
Oh, is that what that is? Is that what I saw? Is that picture? You know the picture that I saw?
Yeah, I know the picture, but that doesn't look even close to what it is. If you can show me one balloon moving like this, then man, that'll be something.
I told you it's a picture of a string of balloons being launched.
Yeah, so show me one balloon which would move like the Starlinks appear to move.
Yeah, that's the contention point, right? The speed. You think the speed cannot be achieved, right? But I thought I
It's
explained that
1
to you.
degree per second. Show me a balloon being so far that I can see it with my eye, the shape of it, while moving 1 degree per second.
I just explained to you. Obviously, I don't have that to show you, right? Obviously. But I explained to you, even in your model, when we reach 120, 130,000 feet, there's almost no atmos there. You know that, right?
Yeah, so that wouldn't support a balloon.
Why not?
Well, if you want a balloon to fly, you need medium, so it's buoyant. If there's no medium, then it's not buoyant, it'll fall.
So how does it work in your fantasy? It keeps falling around.
There's no balloon and falls, but it doesn't get to the ground because it has so much speed parallel to the ground.
So now your you want people to believe that you launch something up there, right? The same place where I'm talking about, where there's almost no atmos, but you're saying because you shoot it fast enough, what it does is it keeps on falling around, right?
Congratulations, you have discovered concept of an orbit.
No, I'm just explaining the fantasy. Now, what I'm saying is a balloon reaches that altitude and keeps going because it's buoyant, right? It's a balloon. So
no, when it reaches
which
no
do you
medium,
think is more,
it doesn't go.
Bro, why are you interrupting me, bro? I'm almost done. Which do you think is more plausible? Something buoyant going in a straight line or something falling around? Which do you think is more plausible?
Oh, wait, so you're actually talking about the balloon going up and then going straight. Alright.
Yeah,
So
you
not
can
only is the
control,
balloon moving in a vacuum
control it after.
towards... Alright. Okay, so how high would that balloon be, so I can calculate its speed?
You can put it as high as you want.
Alright,
have a
but then it needs to
tank
move
underneath.
roughly 1 degree per second, so, you know, that speed would still be really high.
Yeah, you can make it go as fast as you want. If
So,
your
so what's the problem? So
launch
when we bring up satellites, it's suddenly, oh, it's 7,000 miles per hour, how can that even work? Wow, big numbers. But suddenly a balloon can do that.
Yeah, exactly. Because you already did in your fantasy, they did that. The balloon was done in the 50s. So yes, it could be done
The
by a
balloon
balloon.
required a rocket.
Bro, are you going to interrupt me every time I speak? Do you have a Twitch problem or something? I don't get it. Why are you triggered?
I'm not triggered, I'm saying the balloon that you're talking about required a rocket and wasn't even in low Earth orbit.
Well, let's just let each other finish each other's sentences, you know? Or, oh no, I meant let each other finish our sentences. That's what I meant. You don't have to finish each other's sentences. Then we would. That's actually what you're doing when you interrupt. Sometimes people do that. It's like they kind of finish the thought for the person instead of letting them actually just say their whole point. And as long as no one like monologues too much, it's all, you know. Especially if I'm saying if it's in more of like a quicker back and forth. As long as no one's monologuing, there's no reason we can't just be patient for like 20, 30 seconds and let someone say their full point, and then you'll have the chance to respond, you know? Because if you start clipping, then it's just anyway. So yeah, if you guys just keep that in mind, if you could.
Yeah, it's you know, I don't talk long and you don't either, so we should let each other finish. So what I was saying, it could be done, right? In your model, it was done in the 50s. They shot a balloon up, yes, with a rocket, and it gained thrust, right? And it kept that speed. In your model, that balloon stayed up there 8 years, if I'm not mistaken, or months or whatever, a long time, and it kept falling around the ball, right? So the balloon that you say can happen already happened. That technology is there, and I showed you a better technology than that, 5 times stronger than steel. So the material for the balloon exists. Do you understand that? Are we in agreement with that?
I agree, but you mistaken an inflatable habitat for a balloon. That thing is too heavy to use buoyancy to go up. That thing weighs few tons.
Okay, then we can use the material that NASA had in the 50s then. If you don't want to, I don't want to argue
Material
with
that
you.
NASA... Look,
We can use that material, right? The material already.
balloon that...
Yes.
Oh god. You won't listen.
Well, I
The
asked
bal-
you a question. A
The
simple.
balloon that NASA used was inflated while already in the orbit. It was launched in a rocket into orbit, and then in orbit it was inflated. It didn't
Yes,
go
we
up
know
thanks to buoyancy. It went
We
up thanks
know
to a
that.
big ass rocket.
You don't have to explain to us. We know that. We know. We said it 100 times. It was launched with
But
a
you just...
rocket, and it was inflated in space. We know that.
Yes,
My
and it was
point.
already in orbit, so it was already moving. It didn't require buoyancy to move.
You know what, bro? I'm not gonna talk with you anymore. Have a good night.
Yeah, hey, bro, stop interrupting him. Let him finish his point, and then you speak. That's how we have conversations here. We know that we all want to like interject and kind of say our little piece, but please just let him finish, and then you say. If you've got a rebuttal to what he says, wait till he said it and then speak your rebuttal.
Yeah, I mean, if we had like a structure going where there's like an objection, where someone could be like objection, and then they could. That's one thing, but otherwise, yeah, we should be letting each other finish because, well, it ends up being like it can be in some cases like ends up being like a tactic to like frustrate the other person, or it's just that they can't stand that the person's saying something they don't agree with. I don't know. It could be different things if people do that, but yeah, it makes it tough to have a conversation when someone's doing that.
Yeah, very unproductive, very frustrating to talk with. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, even if you don't agree with what he's saying,
let's just reset. Maybe chalk it up to just maybe just lower the excitement. Maybe raise the patience a little, so we can just let it, actually get through these, so we can hear.
definitely. I'm not sure who that was speaking with you with SE, but talking to that person, like, even if you don't agree with what SE's saying, or you think that he's being misinformed or providing misinformation, let him provide the misinformation and then explain why it was misinformation. Don't interrupt.
And then when you say your point back, like say your whole thing, wrap it up, boom, mute, then let him, boom, boom, he goes for a good 30 seconds. Because that's another thing. Sometimes people will they'll say their thing, the other person will start to respond, and within seconds they'll just be like, no, and then it ends up that they're almost like they never stop talking because they just keep trying to correct the person, and it's like, but it has to be an actual back and forth so that everyone can hear what's being said, because that's the only way it's like fair game in a sense. Otherwise, like if we're all just interrupting each other all day, then it's just total chaos, and I mean, it's just not even worth listening to at that point if everyone's just screaming at the same time, can't even hear anything. So, and I've been in there's like this big Discord called like Chill Zone, and I went in there a few times. There's like hundreds of VCs. I've gone in, like, I only went in there, it's like years ago, I just went in there I checked them out for a few minutes, and you would go into these VCs and it's just everybody talking at the same time. It's just total utter chaos. But anyways, yeah, so. Well, all right, SE, were you guys going to continue that? Or I don't know if Tactical's still there. If you guys want, I mean, can you guys like reset it, or are we going to move to something else? I think I think as long as like we just reset on the interruptions thing, and then, yeah, did you want to continue on that, or?
Well, I don't know if you can continue. I'll try one more time, right? So my point is that the balloon technology exists, and yes, I understand that it was launched in a rocket and inflated in space. I know that story, right? But what I'm saying is, knowing that they have balloon technology, right? And knowing that it exists, it's strong enough. We know that after a certain height, there's very little atmos, even at 130,000 feet. So we know they have the technology. They can have a capsule under a balloon, right? They can have a rocket for thrust. They don't have to launch the rocket up. They can either launch the rocket up and then inflate it like you're thinking, or they can have the balloon go up with a capsule underneath and rocket for thrust and make it go. And it doesn't have to go around the ball. It can just go that way. That they can control it after that. They can get it going fast. Even a balloon, yes, because there's no atmos. That's it.
I just realized something. So there is no atmos. So when is the time you pass the container?
What container? Who said anything about a container?
I know. Well, being here, I hear a few times that the Earth needs a container, so it's not a ball. But okay, anyways, let's continue with the balloon thing.
That's another subject. We can go to that if you would like. That's another subject.
No, I just heard you going like there's no more atmosphere, so yeah, that would be a vacuum. Well, let's continue with the balloon thingy. You're mistaking an inflatable habitat technology with a balloon. That thing will not fly. That's not a balloon technology. No, like saying a tire is a balloon technology because it's inflatable.
Who said anything about a tire? I repeat.
I did.
NASA had the balloon technology. Is that not clear for you? They had the Kevlar balloon technology able to withstand 10 to the minus 12 torr. Is that not clear for you?
To withstand 10 to the minus torr, you need basically none.
Excuse me?
The Kevlar thing is only for the impacts, if something was to impact it. It doesn't need to be strong to withstand that vacuum.
Did NASA have balloon technology in the 50s able to withstand 10 to the minus 12 torr and launch it
Yeah, it was a
into
normal balloon.
yes or no?
Yes, it was a normal balloon, not one made from Kevlar.
Whatever it was made from, bro. It doesn't matter. Call it Kevlar, call it whatever you want. The material existed, right? And they used it, right?
Oh, the material was metal. I'm reading that Eco-1 was a metallized balloon.
Oh my God, he's doing it on the. You know what, bro? There's no use in talking with you, my friend. You're just gonna talk. You're gonna, whatever I say, you're just gonna go against it. It's gonna frustrate me. You're doing it on purpose. A simple question. You know that they had that balloon there. You're gonna say it's metal, this and that. There's no use in talking to you, so I'm gonna disengage, bro. We're gonna end up learning nothing from you, and you're just gonna frustrate me. So think whatever you want, man.
I'm trying to reply to you. It's not my fault that I'm frustrating you. You're talking about this material almost as if you need a strong material to withstand a vacuum. And I still didn't get to the point that your balloon technology is basically putting a balloon into orbit but calling it not on orbit.
Who said anything about orbit? I said high enough.
Yeah, high enough balloon that goes forward continuously. That's the same concept as an orbit but made differently.
No, an orbit is in your fantasy mind. You've been convinced that there's a thing called space, right, next to Atmos, that you can launch something and it'll fall continuously in a circle. That's your belief. I'm talking reality, how a balloon actually works. You launch a balloon, you set it to altitude, and it stays in that altitude, and then you can maneuver it around. Now, if you get this balloon high enough, there's very little Atmos, therefore you're going to have very little resistance. I'm talking about common, everyday physics, not fantasy.
I don't know which reality do you live in, but in reality that I live in, there can't be a few tons Kevlar balloon buoyant in a vacuum going forward with use of magic technology. I think that sounds a bit more ridiculous than a satellite. A few ton Kevlar balloon buoyant in a vacuum.
A balloon, in reality, we know can go at least 120, 130,000 feet. We have a person that has done it many times. The problem is, when it reaches that height, it breaks. Now, using this material, that will not happen. So we can achieve that height without the balloon breaking, and we can stay afloat. Now, at that height, we have almost zero, almost, not completely, we have almost no Atmos. Do you understand that?
Do you understand that the balloons don't pop because they're not strong enough, they pop because of the pressure? When you decrease the pressure in a high altitude balloon, it won't pop. It will either stay in one place or two, fall. If you make a balloon out of Kevlar, it will not even fly.
Okay, whatever, man. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. Have a good day.
You're being a little bit disingenuous, dude. By just stating things like that, you're not actually flowing the conversation. You're just trying to go like, well, you're not quite right because of this tiny little piece of information which says that the balloon can be here and that the balloon wouldn't burst because maybe it's not actually reaching full pressure, blah, blah, blah. Like, come on, man, just like have a conversation. Like, who do you think you are? You're not having a conversation. You're just sitting there trying to spout off little points to be right. It's very disingenuous.
When you put them against real physics, they don't know what to say, right? Oh, the Kevlar balloon's going to be too heavy. But in their model, it's done. It's doable. End of story. It could be done. There's no way around that. So, I mean, that's why you can't have a conversation. I mean, it's very frustrating.
It's very frustrating because
they're huge. Those balloons that they put up there are like the size of football fields. How much does that weigh? Even on a light material, it's got to weigh hundreds of kilograms.
yeah, the Kevlar balloon, while being small, weighs tons. But anyways, I'm not trying to be disingenuous by making small points, no. And as is still going about this, yes, we have technology to send a balloon in orbit. If you place a Kevlar balloon on a rocket and send it into orbit and then you inflate it, yes, it will keep going. But without the rocket and without getting into orbit, the balloon will not work. NASA didn't send a balloon just by itself there.
Yeah, he already agreed on that a long time ago, man. You don't need to make that point.
Yeah, but he's
again.
still
As
going
he's already
on
agreed
that we have technology to send Kevlar balloons up there and make them move because they're of strong material. But he's still referring to that ECO-1 satellite that NASA has the technology to do it. Yes, NASA has the technology to do it, but it requires a fucking rocket.
Yeah, but then he's not talking about going up into deep space on the other ones. He's clearly mentioning up 130,000 feet.
He's mentioning when there is no atmosphere. So not
No.
only
No, he said where there is almost no atmosphere to 120, 130,000 feet.
he didn't mention a number, so I
Yes,
can't
he did.
assume that.
You just weren't
No, he did.
listening. You interrupted me.
He did
every
mention
time.
number.
No, you
Yeah.
said some guy that was here sent a balloon, a normal balloon, which popped to 130,000 feet.
See, did you mean Mylar?
And then he said that. Sorry.
Yeah. And then I said, any distance there and above, there's almost no atmos. I was very clear. So all you got to do is go there and above. You can go 1,000.
Yeah, but here's the problem with that, SE. Sorry. The problem with that is without here, there's no buoyancy. Echo 1 wasn't inflated to be buoyant. It was inflated for the size.
Sure, it was, but there was a lot of stuff going on in the background.
I'm sorry, excuse me.
He said that when there is little atmosphere, there is almost no buoyancy, and the ECO-1 wasn't inflated for its buoyancy, it was inflated for its size. I'm citing him.
Yeah, that's what he said. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm not talking about your fantasy orbits. Let's be clear. I'm talking about the material exists, right? You can get a balloon up that high, whether you like it or not. That's a fact. It's been done. It floats nice and easy. There's almost no atmos. And all you got to do is just get it going. You put a rocket on the side and you get it going. It's very simple to understand. I don't know what you don't get about it. And you're going to have almost no friction. So you could achieve just about any speed you want. Is that clear?
Yes, and friction is not the point of contention.
What
we
is?
also don't know what kind of. Sorry, we
What's
also
what?
wouldn't know what kind of technology that they might be using to propel them either. It could be technology that they have that we have no idea about. They could just be using some form of nuclear energy, so that way it doesn't need to be completely refueled or whatever. Like, we don't know. They could have something up there for years.
They got 50 years, 60 years of R&D. Exactly. Yep.
They also get those balloons up to like NASA supposedly gets balloons up to more like 150 to 170,000 feet.
And they're barely inflated, yes.
Yes,
The
so what's the
higher-
problem? You have them
The-
that high. Why can't you boost them to a great speed? I don't get it.
Because, oh god, look, the balloons, which are going to 150,000 feet, they're still in pretty dense atmosphere. They won't go that fast. And the higher you go, the less inflated the balloon has to be to not pop. So if you make it out of Kevlar, let's assume it goes up, then you have to deflate it, and when there's almost no atmosphere, it has to be deflated to the point it falls.
Oh, so you know all about this. Sounds like you were like on the project yesterday or something.
No, when you make a Kevlar balloon and it goes up, it has to decrease in pressure to not pop. That's the case with every balloon.
Can you get rid of the idea of Kevlar? Because SE's just saying some type of material.
No,
But you
he
keep
posted a
you
photo.
keep hanging up. Okay, but
He
you keep
posted a
hanging
photo.
up. You're continuously hung up on Kevlar.
Yeah, because he posted a photo and called that technology that NASA has, which that is a habitable space that is to be inflated made out of Kevlar.
He's gonna keep harping on the same thing. That's when you know you got him. That's when you know you got him. Right? When you
Oh,
explain something.
I'm sorry, I should be saying
like
some
a
material.
hab, the hab
Fun.
stuff. That's like the Bigelow Aerospace stuff, like partnership. That's Kevlar, but like Echo One is just Mylar, bro. It's not a composite fabric like you're thinking. It's just a fucking balloon. It's like very similar to a birthday balloon.
Yeah, but my Eco 1 was also not made to be buoyant. It was just made to be inflated for it being big size.
So you want to just back off Kevlar then? Settle down. Settle down.
Yes, just let Kevlar go, man. You seem to be stuck on that point.
Yeah, sure, let's go with Mylar.
So there's no material that's strong enough to make a balloon to go higher than 130,000 feet. That doesn't exist.
Yeah, like it's not about the strength, it's about the pressure inside. For it to keep going, it will need to decrease in pressure. At some point, it will stop and fall.
So I repeat, there's no material on Earth that can go higher than 130,000 feet without popping. The army doesn't have that. The military doesn't have that.
Alright, let's go that they have the material. Let's go with that they have material that could not pop. Then it has zero pressure inside.
What do you mean it has zero pressure? How is a balloon gonna stay up?
Yeah, that's the case. There's no atmosphere, or almost no atmosphere, so there is almost no buoyancy. Balloon isn't a viable option.
Maybe that's why they make them the size of football fields to create the extra buoyancy.
You think?
You can't create the extra medium around the balloon just because it's big. That just makes it worse.
Bro, the balloons exist. Put it in your head,
Yeah,
bro.
Yeah,
There's
they
balloons
exist.
higher than that don't pop. That technology exists. I don't understand why you're fighting this, man. I don't get it. It exists. You can make a freaking steel frame underneath it. You can pressurize it. You could put oxygen inside, right? You can do this. Now, that's just one idea. Now, imagine the X-planes. Are you aware of the X-planes that have different engines that breathe the mixed air, ramjets, I believe they call them? That's just technologies they had from the 60s, bro. They would shoot these planes off of B-52 wings, right? They achieved all kinds of speed, altitude records. Imagine what they have now if they can combine that, right? Balloon technology with rocket technology, jet technology, scramjet technology. Why is this like, why do you think the only option is a mythical place where things fall around the ball constantly? Why do you think that's the only viable option? I mean, I don't get it, bro.
Because I can't even imagine a balloon being accelerated by a ramjet. Try putting, I don't know, a model rocket engine to a balloon, it won't work. It'll just keep flipping around.
Of course, you know that for sure, right?
Yeah,
You've
because
been
I
there.
did that.
The
No,
R&D. Yeah.
I put a motor rocket on a balloon. It just kept flipping.
Did you do it at 140,000 feet, 200,000 feet?
It would work the same way.
Of course it would. Yeah.
No, because the center of weight or center of mass is in a different position than center of the thrust. So it will just flip.
It's a free world, right? You can believe that there's Atmos next to a gas and you go in orbit and you go around a mythical ball, right? Me, I laugh at that. I know that that's physically impossible, right? I know that you've been sold a bag of goods and you will not think for yourself. So I'm thinking of alternatives. Now, if you want to keep thinking about this mythical vacuum next to, Atmos next to a vacuum, that's up to you, bro. I mean, you can think of that. I choose not to.
Look, a more viable option for the flat Earth would be a plane that was made to fly those altitudes with some efficiency. A balloon just doesn't make sense. If you put a package with a rocket or a ram engine or whatever the military has now under the balloon, it will flip.
That's the first thing I started with, the X-Plane program, the X-35. Scroll up about a half an hour ago. That's the first thing I posted. I did say a military vehicle. I did say the ISS is a military vehicle. That was my first thing I said. Then we got into the balloons.
Isn't X-35 like a jet?
Yeah, I think it's a scramjet. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a military jet. That's like a normal jet used for combat.
No.
Yeah, it's called Lockheed Martin X-35.
No, these planes that I'm talking about, they fly above Earth's atmosphere.
Then you're not talking about X-35.
Close to above. Do you understand what I'm talking about?
I understand what you're talking about, but you have the wrong plane model.
Well, I think I posted it up before. Scroll up. I don't think I have the wrong plane model. I think I have the
Yeah,
right one.
it's X-15, which beat the speed record.
Dude, are you trying? You see what he's doing? Like everything you say. That's why I hate talking with people like this
No,
guy.
I'm
Little thing you say, he will go against it.
yeah, X-43. That's what you posted.
You're gonna find something wrong with it, dude. You're a disingenuous player, bro.
Okay, I found the model X-43. You were still wrong.
A second party, bro. Let's put it that way. I wouldn't invite you to a second party.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be invited to any party. Anyways, it's X-43 then.
Whatever, bro. Whatever. Go pick the number, find the number.
43.
I mean, SC, you are kind of attacking the person and not the argument at this point.
Yeah, I don't like this guy. I just don't like him. I don't want to talk with him. Simple. I don't like you, dude. Period. So let's change subjects. I refuse to talk to you because I don't like you. It's that simple.
Oh no, my emotions. How about?
You're disingenuous, bro. You don't talk
No, I'm
with...
saying that you had the wrong model. The model which you posted is X.43, not 35. I told you it's the wrong model. You disagreed.
Dude, you're so annoying, dude.
You caught me, bro. I
Silly.
got model, bro. You caught me.
Yeah, but I mean, you like the old classic thing. Like you don't have to engage with them though as well.
Yeah, I'm saying it straight. I don't like this dude. I don't want to talk to you anymore, bro. Simple. I just don't like you.
Well,
That's it.
I mean, it just ends up being kind of an ad hom at this point. I mean, if you don't like, fair enough. But then I guess just don't interact with him, and then I mean, is it really like productive to just announce to everyone you don't like him as well? I mean, hopefully you know, I think we're all one ultimately. So I think we have to ultimately
we're
find
not all
love in
one.
everyone.
We're not all one. There's people like that talk normally, and there's people like him. There's a difference.
Oh, just to break the ice and change the subject, I just went to Cairns the other day, and here in South Australia, when I've been out filming, it's been just really hazy for about the past 3 weeks. And then when flying all the way to Cairns, which is like 4,000 kilometers away, it was hazy the entire way. Stopped in Brisbane, looked out the windows of the airport. It's hazy there. Get to Cairns, it's hazy there. It's like the entire east coast of Australia has this haze all over it. Okay, now we can start a separate subject. I just broke the ice. Let's go. Something else. But yeah, that's really weird. It's just this really weird haze over the entire east coast of Australia.
Well, it seems to be kind of happening in the U.S. as well. From the East Coast to the West Coast, it's like it's going back and forth.
Yeah, it's weird, man. It's been here for like 3 weeks now. At least 3 weeks, maybe 4. But definitely all of November.
Wouldn't it just be due to, as we come into summer, there'd be a lot more water being evaporated out of the land from the cold, wet autumns, and also maybe the start of bushfire season?
Yeah, it's definitely not the fires. Because I mean, there's not really quite enough fires to do that yet. The other one's possibly true as well, but it's happening on even cooler days. It's just constant at the moment.
You know what it might be? It might be planned burns, because this is the perfect time of year and the perfect weather to go out and like do planned burns to burn back.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but I don't think that there's quite enough of that to be causing what we're seeing.
Well, what do you think?
That could be it. I don't know. It's just some kind of atmospheric effect.
Okay.
I know. I'm just breaking the ice, man. I'm just breaking the ice, changing the subject.
Yeah, it's interesting. Definitely.
Yeah, I'd say it's some form of atmospheric effect. Like I think your second one there, where you were saying maybe transitioning from one part of the season to another part of the season could be a part of it for sure. All right, come on. There's like 20 of us in here. Someone must have another subject.
I don't know. How was the weather up there? Cloudy?
Oh, well, what I was gonna say is, yeah. What about that being weather modification? That they can bring these hazes in, basically. That they can bring in like rain and heavy cloud cover by doing cloud seeding, and possibly even other effects like with electromagnetics and electrostatics, where they can actually kind of create these effects and then
Yeah, it's
focus on
possible.
different areas.
Yeah, like when I was up in the plane, I reckon the vision from where I was in the plane was maybe only 100 miles. And then it was like all just hazed out, where, you know, normally you would see much further than that.
I mean, like, do you guys think that now versus the 90s, the weather's different? What do you guys think on that?
Well, I mean, it's been sort of quantified, hasn't it? In the last 30 years, we've seen more severe El Nino and La Nina periods and temperature increases, more severe like weather events like extreme heat and extreme floods. It's all been quantified, right?
No, I don't think so.
That's nice.
I can say that in Poland there's less and less snow each year, and the summers are hotter.
So, like, plain reality, you're in Australia, right? So we didn't just have a massive flood season. The last
Yeah, but
3
we have
years.
them. We have them a lot, though. You know,
when was the last time we had it to that extent? 3 years in a row.
I don't think we had it 3 years in a row, did we?
Yeah, the La Nina was 3 years in a row, so it was definitely wetter for the last 3 years.
Yeah, but I mean, these are just common occurrences, like, I mean, it happens. Same as like,
When was the
I mean, I remember if you go back into like the 80s, I remember during summer we would always have at least 2 or 3 weeks above 30, 35 to 38 degrees, always. And rarely we get that now here in South Australia. We're not getting that at all anymore.
not in the last
I mean,
3 years? It's been La Nina, but the last 2019 there was what 2 weeks, a week of 40 to 45 degree weather or something like that, or 2 weeks of it. Like, definitely happens. In 2019 there was massive bushfires everywhere because there was massive heat wave everywhere because it was in El Nino.
No, there was massive bushfires because of bad land management and
It was,
selling water rights to the Chinese and stopping water going down the Darling River. That's why we had all these massive fires. They stopped farmers from going in and doing burns on their lands. They stopped a lot of things, like the government, the Greens stopped all these burns because they were saying, oh, climate change and burning, can't burn, and then instead they just got all this dry grass everywhere. All across the nation and all down the East Coast, and then we had these huge fires.
no, that's just a conspiracy, man. Like, the Greens
No,
can't
that's not
enact
a conspiracy
policy.
at all.
How did they stop planned burns? Like, Australia still has lots of planned burns. It's just the window for planned burns has gotten smaller and smaller as the temperature's gotten hotter faster in summer and shit's dried off faster. But like, there were areas of like subtropical or tropical like forest that burnt down that hadn't done that previously because there'd always been rain, there'd always been like, it was always too wet to burn. But in New South Wales in particular, some of those areas that hadn't burned before were burning because it was just so dry and so hot.
Yeah, because right through New South Wales, if you actually listen to farmers, the farmers will tell you that our government sold massive amounts of water rights to the Chinese or land to the Chinese. The Chinese were damming up all the areas, so none of the water was getting down the Murray River Darling Basin. And due to that, there was literally like 1,500 kilometre section of the Murray River Darling Basin that had no water due to the Chinese damming up the water. This is said by farmers all over that area. They were complaining constantly about it.
Why would you listen to farmers about like
Because
land rights and land water usage in the Murray Darling Basin? It's just their opinion, right?
Well, the farmers are the ones there dealing with it, dude. They're the people that you would listen to. They're the ones who get the water rights. They're the ones who know what's happening with the water because they're the ones who have to constantly use the water.
No, they don't. Do they have access to who's buying water? Can you like show me any of this, or is it literally just some farmer told you that the Chinese are buying up all the water?
It's not one farmer. There were dozens upon dozens of farmers in the areas. Dude, you're being disingenuous, man.
No, I'm not. So what I'm trying to get at is
you're being argumentative for the sake of being argumentative.
Yes, I am. Yes. So what I'm trying to get at is the idea that you think that this thing has happened, and the only reason you think it's happened is because of the subjective opinion of people who only have a very limited view of the overall picture. And they just happen to, it could just be that they're all talking to each other and saying the same thing to each other. One guy will be like, oh, it's the Chinese damming up the Murray Darling. One of them's like, yeah, that sounds right. So then when you talk to that, both of them, they're both going to just repeat the same thing because one guy sold it to the other. So what I want is something objective to show.
Do you think that the farmers in the area wouldn't know about the land rights that are being sold to the Chinese and the water rights being sold to the Chinese and taken away from them? Are you assuming that those farmers would not know about that in the immediate area?
Of course I am, yeah.
So then what do you
know about that?
So then you're saying that they wouldn't know anything about it, even though it's affecting them directly, and then they wouldn't know anything about it. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, of course. They wouldn't know shit about it. That's why I want something objective, not just a heap of opinions from old conservative dudes that sit on farms. So, like, I have a heap of objective data to show that the 2019 fire period happened because there was extended heat waves and dry periods, and then I have the wet last 3 years of flooding happened because of partially the bushfires that happened in 2019, they caused so much crap up in the atmosphere that it cooled down and changed the weather system enough to cause flooding.
What about the
And all you
absolute
have is farmers
major?
said, yeah, right.
What about the mega floods that we had back in the 1800s constantly? Was that due
I
to
don't know
climate change?
about that. Can you show me any of them?
Well, I'd have to go dig up and look for it, but I researched this a long time ago and found whole papers that showed that the flooding that we had back in the 1800s was equally or worse than what we're having now.
Yeah, so what I understand is that was like 1 year of flooding, maybe. And sure, that makes sense.
That
That
was
happens.
not 1 year of flooding. It was multiple floods. You're now commenting on something that you don't even know about. You're saying that you now understand that was 1 year when you don't even know what I'm talking about. So why are you saying
that's what I understand. That's what I've heard people say before, but I haven't actually ever seen anyone validate that there was this extended period of flooding in the 1800s.
There's I got it literally from a scientific paper, which I found, God, I don't know, 10 years ago. So if you want me to try and find and dig that up again, no problem, but I don't have it on file.
Okay, great.
The information's there if you want to go look, man. If you just want to look in particular areas, then no worries, then you can do that. If you don't want to go delving into other areas, then don't. That's fine by me.
In 2019, it was Australia's warmest year on record. Do you believe that?
Not necessarily, no.
No?
Why would I believe data when they've taken many when they've taken away many of the temperature gauges or temperature stations? They've put them onto airports. They've put them into all these other hot areas that are going to increase the temperature. So when they take temperature stations and away from cooler areas and they just have them all in warmer areas, why am I going to believe that data? Because of course it's going to be warmer when you only have temperature stations and you're taking the data from warmer areas rather than cooler areas.
So you should believe that because you haven't actually looked to see if it's true that they're taking those weather stations from cool little warmer areas.
Yeah, I have, man. They took away like hundreds of weather stations they didn't use anymore. They started using weather stations right in airports, along tarmacs and stuff. So of course it's going to be warmer, right?
I know exactly the conspiracy theory that you're talking about, and it's that England had something like a 42-degree day, and people say that's because the weather station that got that specific reading was on a tarmac, and the tarmac made it hotter. But if you actually look at it, it was more like a 38, 39-degree day because weather stations that aren't on the tarmac recorded the more in the 30s and the 40s, and the tarmac made it hotter. So I know exactly where you got this idea from, but I can find my local weather station if you want.
Yeah, you don't know where I got it from because I don't even know the time that you're talking about. I'm talking about information that I was looking at probably 8 to 10 years ago. I think what you're talking about just happened within the past couple of years. So you actually don't know what I'm talking about. So don't put words in my mouth.
I do know what you're talking about. But then the second problem here is that I don't think you can validate this. I think the most you'll have is that they remove some weather stations from some areas because there's just no reason to have them there anymore. And they use like larger weather station areas now or something like that. That's probably the option because I know that like Bendigo has had weather stations for decades, the exact same ones for decades in the same areas. They put them up on like Big Hill, places like that.
Cool. Did I say they removed all of them?
Well, no, but if they don't remove all of them, then there are some that can track through the last like 100 years or so what the temperature generally has been.
And how accurate do you think the ones that they had 100 years ago were?
I don't know, still pretty accurate. Like we can get mercury thermometers today and we can make sure the mercury thermometers match the digital thermometers today, right?
For sure, but again, go on.
Well, I mean, I'm not trying to like. I don't know how old everyone is in here. Or I was born in '76, and I don't know if anyone else remembers or not. But I remember all the way up until at least until my teenage years. Every summer we had several weeks where it would get up in triple digits. It barely makes it to 90 now. Like if it gets into about 94, we're lucky.
Yeah, for years now here in South Australia, we haven't really had that hotter weather. Not just 3 years, for like probably a decade now, it hasn't really been that hot in summer. There's been places where hot, like Cooper Pedy and places right in the outback for sure. They'll still get up to 45, even up to 50 degrees, but they've always done that. It's no change.
They don't deny doing the weather engineering. They one they called Operation Solar Shield. They said that the Earth was heating up too much and they needed to cool it off. So, like for as long as they've been doing this, and we know they did it back in Vietnam. So if we're in some sort of crisis, the first thing that I think that we would want to do is to stop them spraying all the chemicals in the air. I mean, if you think about it, everything's arranged horizontally and vertically, like it's in horizontal planes and stacked vertically with different polarities as you go. So these chemicals that they're spraying up there are definitely affecting it, and I can think of at least 3 or 4 different ways that they're affecting it. So if for one, I don't think we're in any crisis other than what they put us in, and for 2, that should be the first thing that they cut out.
So just quickly, number one, so far all I've heard is people's opinions. Like there's data from 100 years ago in Australia. There's data from 2019 showing that there was a record temperature, like the hottest day in South Australia happened in 2019, and that there were heat waves and that like people's stock were dying. And number 2, the idea that just because there's been some like limited experimentation or limited trying of like limited engineering of weather, that doesn't mean that they can do it on a grand scale. So you'd have to show that they can do it on a grand scale, and then you'd have to show that there's like planes going up, dropping this aerosolized stuff that's causing the weather changes. Because right now, we understand just basic physics tells us that the more CO2 there is in the atmosphere, the more temperature that atmosphere is going to be able to hold.
Okay, so you mentioned the hottest day here in South Australia. How long before that was the previous hottest day?
It probably wasn't, as far as I know, it wasn't that long because the majority
it was 96 years beforehand. So the measured temperature of the hottest day was 96 years ago.
Yep,
right? So
that makes sense.
Which means that the hottest day on record before that was 96 years ago. And were we having a carbon problem 96 years ago?
No, there was probably just one outlier. But the problem is that stop. I'm not done.
Well, neither was I. I wasn't done either. I wasn't done either.
You asked me a question, so I was answering your question. So please don't interrupt. I'm not done.
Well, I wasn't actually done. I just want to finish saying.
You weren't done. So you asked me the question, stopped me to answer the question, and then interrupted again.
No.
You guys just reset. Just reset and go. Just reset.
Finish what you're saying.
Go one at a time. Just let one person go and then just respond. Go ahead.
Okay. So what I'm saying is that, therefore, then if you just said that it's an outlier, okay, well then the one that happened just a couple of years ago is also an outlier.
It's not, because we can show that it's part of a trend. We can show that there's been consistent warming in Australia year after year with hotter days, hotter weeks. They're not necessarily always the hottest day on record every year, but the average temperature of the year is hotter than previous years. That's why if you look at it, something like the hottest years on records have all happened within the last 20 years. The 10 hottest years on record have happened within the last 20 years or some stat like that. So a single outlier doesn't beat a trend or disprove a trend.
Right. So you're going to claim then that that was just a single outlier without actually even doing without doing any research into it. So you don't know what the temperatures before and after, etc., were. You're just going to claim that that was a single outlier.
Well, I have actually done that research. It's all graphed out. So we have year on records for a temperature. It's all graphed out, the temperature per year in Australia. So I don't actually have to do research to know that a single spike out of that trend line, which I've seen dozens of times, doesn't mean that there's some trend. It just means that there's a single year where it was hotter than other years for some, weird weather reason.
Yeah, and then once again, we've taken away weather stations We've kept weather stations in hotter areas. This is a fact. So you can deny it if you like, but it is a fact. And that's
can
been
you show
done
that
all
fact?
around the world.
Can you show that fact?
I can't do that right at this very second, but sure, I'll dig it up and find it for you then. But
Okay.
I can't do it right
Well,
this very second.
Do you want me to like get you some study on the warming trend in Australia by like CSIRO or someone like that?
Yeah, well, I'm not sure if
you
I agree. I'm not necessarily going to agree with what you show me.
That doesn't matter.
I don't necessarily think that you're getting it from a unbiased source.
So that doesn't matter. Science is biased towards reality, right? Like you're obviously biased, and isn't that a problem because everything you've said so far has been your subjective opinion or like the subjective opinion of farmers? But when I go to like an objective source, you want to actually dismiss the objective source because you just don't like the CSIRO, even though it's full of data sets that come from actual like data gathering weather stations. Isn't that a problem?
Here's where your studies is always spout off. The part that you're missing is they're always funded by people that want the certain outcome. Like if you know where your money comes from and what the studies are to show, then you're gonna fucking pump that shit out. It's no different than the medical industry. It's no different than anything.
So if I find a study from like an Australian university or
we can look at history and see that it's not because everyone's driving an SUV. We can read back and see, the fucking warming, people growing, like, dude, there's so much history, not just that we can glean information on the climate, and like, it's just ridiculous, man. Like,
yeah, I understand you think that. That's fine. But I'm just trying to say that, like, you can't dismiss the entirety of science just because you think that there's some agenda at play. You have to actually prove that that's what caused the outcome. Because, like, these weather stations are just raw data. And the raw data shows that Australia keeps getting hotter and hotter year after year. The entire world actually keeps getting hotter and hotter year after year. This year has been another world record breaker. So, like, you're trying to dismiss actual data from weather stations that have been there for, you know, some of them 50, maybe even a couple of them have been 100 years. You're trying to say that that's all wrong because some dude that created a study is being paid by some group that also says climate change is happening. Makes no sense.
No, it does make sense. It does make sense to look back in our history and to see that documented warming trends happened constantly throughout our history. Not just some fucking Bill Gates globalist funded science research propagandist. Like, dude, it's ridiculous, bro.
It's not ridiculous. So let's just think about this for a second, okay? If the scientific community just wants to establish what reality is, then wouldn't there be a bias towards whatever that reality is?
Bro, it's no different than pharmaceutical companies funding their drug research that always later down the road we find out is all bullshit. It's the same thing, dude.
Of course it's different. Of course it's different because drug research goes towards drug companies which make a hell of a lot of profit. And I don't see anywhere that there's like something about global warming causing a massive amount of profit for any industry other than like the renewable industry, and they have their own economic reasons for getting profit anyway. It's got nothing to do with climate change. But I just wanted you to answer that question if you could, whether like science being biased towards reality, if climate change is reality, then wouldn't science be biased towards climate change?
Dude, obviously they have a huge financial gain from global warming. They're swapping all kinds of huge industries and things that you use every day towards their buddies and their solar panels or whatever the fuck else. And the huge power shift of, you can't do that, you can't do this. The government has to monitor everything. The notion that there's no reason to do it is just totally laughable and ignorant. And you could go ahead.
So I'm going to ask you the question a third time.
Propaganda all you want, but any serious mind, any critical thinking, logical person knows that you're full of shit.
Well, I asked you a logical question. So the logical question is, Reality says that climate change is real. Now, you don't have to accept that as true or false. It's just part of an argument, if you understand what a logical argument is. So, premise one, science says climate change is real. Premise two, science is concerned with what is actually happening. So, premise three, the funding and the research for what is real would bias climate change. Do you agree with that?
No, I don't agree with anything you just said.
So, like, let's say that I'm a scientist, okay, and I want to look at what's actually happening out there in the weather systems. And so I go out and I look and I say, oh, well, it shows that like climate change is happening. Okay, great. And then I go and I want to provide funding. I become like the dean of a university and I want to provide funding to some scientific research group. Am I going to provide funding to the group which is looking out at weather and going, well, you know, I'm just going to ignore what the research says. I'm just going to ignore what reality is. I'm just going to, like, I don't know, research something like climate change isn't happening. Would you fund that, or would you fund the thing that like other scientists have looked at and gone, this is what's actually happening?
Yeah.
So what you're actually asking is, would I fund scientists who agree with me, or would I fund scientists who disagree with me? That's
no,
what you're
making the impersonal personal.
Would I fund scientists who have agreed with it, who have gotten funding on the fact that they agreed with it and then came back and said, yes, we agree with it? Or am I going to fund scientists who maybe have a different theory to what's going on and I don't agree with them, so I'm not going to give them money?
No,
So
you're
therefore,
adding
then
the
all the
personal
scientists
behind
who,
it. You're adding
so
a
therefore, then all the
personal
scientists
aspect.
who agree with me, I'm going to keep funding. So therefore, if I'm a
So-
scientist, am I going to agree with you, or am I going to disagree with you to get money?
So no, you're adding like personal opinion to it. I'm talking about, you know, studies, what the data shows, what the evidence shows. So you guys can't seem to separate the idea that someone can go and do like rigorous study with data sets, good methodology, that sort of thing, present it, and then people go, okay, well this is like actual evidence and data, with people who then have the opinion of what the conclusion of that evidence and data is. So someone can have the opinion that climate change is real, but if the data wasn't there, then they wouldn't get funding for it.
There are many scientists that disagree with you, dude.
Who?
Really the opposite, like there's literally the opposite of everything you just said. There's scientists out there that prove this all bullshit.
Who?
I mean, you can look at. I mean, you're the one with the bias, bud. You're the one that's like,
But who?
our money to unelected bureaucrats so they can lower the temperature of the earth and take away all our freedom. It's a good idea.
Have you guys heard of the Cook et al. Study, which found a 97.7% consensus? Do you actually know what that means?
That's bullshit. That's bullshit, dude. That's not a 97% consensus. 97% of the people who agree with us agree with us. Oh my god.
Can you explain what that study actually looked at and found, what the conclusion was?
Not currently off the top of my head, but I have seen it before and I've looked at it before. It was many years ago because that's been around a long time. But no,
Right.
not 97% of scientists agree. That's completely
Exactly,
false.
you're right. It's 97.7% of published papers that find have in their conclusion the cause of climate change, found that cause was anthropogenic, i.e. it was done by humans. The cause was human-caused climate change. So they looked at all the studies on climate change they had at that point, and then they filtered out any that didn't come to any conclusion. So ones that just looked at like the base facts of, is climate change happening? And yes, okay, climate change is happening, end of story. But any that said that it was happening from CO2 produced by humans, or not happening from CO2 produced by humans, but happening from other sources, they added that in the study, and they found that there was less than 3% of scientific studies that had conclusions about the cause of climate change that found that it was non-man induced.
Yeah, and they're still, and the oceans are rising, and the banks are still giving 40-year loans on fucking beachfront property. Cool story.
Explain why that matters,
dude. Yeah, because fucking if it was real, if it was actually real, banks wouldn't be giving out 40-year loans on beachfront property, dude. It's just that simple. You can spout your scientific propaganda, which is what we've all been dealing with all our lives, all you want, but it doesn't make it reality, dude.
No, but your opinion doesn't make it reality, and bankers wanting to give out as many loans as possible to wealthy people also doesn't make it not reality. So do you have any data that shows that climate change isn't happening, or any data that could potentially falsify the idea of man-made climate change?
Yeah, it's out there, man. If you really wanted to find it, you would, and you could read it.
Oh, I
and
have.
Then yeah, okay, well, so have I.
Yeah,
So,
it's all opinion-based, or when you look in the methodology is bad. So do you have anything that's actually compelling at all? Because I have a 97.7% consensus, and I can find every country around the world that actually looks into it, with a few exceptions, like maybe Saudi Arabia and Russia, because they're big oil oligarchs, have shown that climate change is happening and that it is man-driven.
Cool story, bro. You just keep going then.
we should give
I mean,
70
you guys...
You just keep going then, bro. Cool story. It's not something that I have actually spent a lot of time looking into for the past probably 7 or 8 years now. And I did spend a lot of time looking into it. Because I spent years looking into it before that. And I don't remember all the information that I looked at. Okay. I don't sit there and remember everything. I went right through NASA stuff. I went right through different science, because I used to have these debates with a mate of mine who's just like you, and I had these debates for 2 years. So I just constantly kept looking at different studies at the time and looking over things. And no, there is no real consensus. It's actually full of shit.
97.7%, and it's been replicated a couple of times. So yes, there is consensus.
Okay, cool story, bro.
It's not a cool story. It's where the data leads. It's what the evidence is. You are the one with a cool story. When asked about the floods and when asked about the droughts, your argument was, but some farmers told me the Chinese had dammed up the Murray River. That was it.
Yeah, well,
that's a cool story.
That would be like, what would be a good analogy for it? That would be like going to a book and reading about how to fight in MMA, or actually going to talk to people who actually fight in MMA and learning from them. Which one am I going to do if I want? Which one am I going to do if I want to actually learn how to fight? Am I going to go to the people who actually fight, or am I going to go to a book and learn from a book?
I would go to the people that actually fight. So you're saying that farmers go out and collate data and do scientific data collection and run meteorological stations, and they don't just talk to each other and gather opinions?
No, the farmers are the ones who have actually been on that land for decades. They are right there. Their ears are to the ground. They know what's happening with everything to do with their land.
But why does that matter?
Of course that matters, because they know exactly what's going on in their area. They know what's happening.
That doesn't follow.
So if you're going to disregard the people who have been living on the land for decades, dealing with the bureaucracy and what's happening, then more power to you. By all means, you do what you want, man.
Well, make an argument for why I can't do that, why I shouldn't do that. Like, an MMA fighter has to go out and prove that he can actually fight, or show he can fight, or train, or do any of these things to show he's an expert at doing MMA. But all a farmer has to do is farm. He doesn't have to do collection on climate, collection on data. He's just got to look at what the long range weather reports are and farm based off that.
Yeah, and then know what's going on in his area, what his water rights are, how his rain is, what kind of they know this stuff, dude. Don't pretend like they don't know. That's
so the farmer has to go to the BOM, Bureau of Meteorology, right? And the Bureau of Meteorology, they're the ones that agree that climate change is happening. They say the seasons are getting hotter, except for the El Nino, which happened because we had a massive fire in 2019. So the farmers are getting their expert information off experts who agree with me. So I don't understand what you're saying. Could the farmers collate enough data to predict the weather for the next 6 months without going to the Bureau of Meteorology?
The farmers disagree with you when it comes to what caused those fires and the drought. Farmers would tell you there was no such thing as a drought that was happening at that time. They would tell you that the water was not being allowed down the Darling River Basin.
That's their opinion, right?
Well, no, that's your opinion. That's your opinion. That it's just their opinion. It's their opinion on what they have known for decades. Right?
By knowing, do you mean it's what their opinion on the cause that they think is happening because of something? The cause for something? That's just their opinion on it?
Dude, I don't want to deal with you anymore because you're just going to keep sprouting bullshit when you don't want to listen. You're like the equivalent of just not listening to someone who's actually there doing something. You're like the farmer's there doing something, and you're going to go tell them how to farm.
I'm not. They're not there researching.
Anyway, I'm not dealing with you anymore, man.
Change is happening. They're not
I
there.
don't
They're
want
not
to
there.
talk to you anymore. I'm not talking to you
They're
anymore.
not there. They're not there researching whether climate change is happening. They're there coming up with opinions for why climate change is happening or if it's happening or not. That's all they're doing. So all of your arguments, and it's the same with flat Earth, all of your arguments come down to opinion. Maybe you need to look at that.
This is your opinion, dude.
No,
you just sprouted your
There's
opinion.
evidence. There's studies. There's a consensus.
You just sprouted your opinion on what you think is going on with the farmers and what their opinion is. So that's your opinion on that.
Are farmers scientists? Are they climatologists?
Did I say they are? That's complete red herring.
No, it's implied in what you're saying that they know what's happening with the climate or they know what's happening with the water. It's implied that they would have to be investigating it in a scientific manner.
No, what they would be knowing about is what the government is doing with their water rights. This is what they know about. They know about when they lose water rights. They know why they lose those water rights. Those farmers say that their rights have been given to the Chinese due to land being bought. You understand that the Chinese have been just constantly buying up our farmland, right? You know that.
Yeah, I know lots about that, but the problem is that you think the Chinese are stealing some water or damming areas, and that the government's just like, yeah, no worries. But can you show that? Like, just because the owner is a Chinese firm doesn't mean that that Chinese firm is somehow doing something more nefarious than all the other farmers, right?
Why don't you just shut the fuck up and go look into whether or not this is what's actually going on in the areas, right? You don't know anything about it. No, you haven't, because you don't even know anything about it. I'm the one that just told you about it. And you were like, oh, well, no, that wouldn't be it. You didn't even know anything about it.
Of course
you didn't know anything about what the farmers were saying.
Of course I do. Do you think I don't talk to farmers?
Oh, my God.
Yeah, anyway, so you've got no data, you've got no evidence. All you have is some dudes think that it's a Chinese spot.
Okay, cool story, bro. Can move on to something else.
No. Yours is a story. Stop saying cool story to me. Yours is a story. That's why I repeated back a story at you. But mine isn't a story. Mine's data and evidence. So do you have anyone here got any data and evidence that shows climate change isn't man-made?
I'm not dealing with you anymore, bro. I've already explained to you. I can't just go find
the
guy. You want us to, or right at this second, because we just started talking about this, go, oh, yeah, actually, I have these things right fucking here. Something that I was researching years ago and fucking now have new phones, new laptops, new shit. You want us to just go in and just fucking pull shit out of our assholes. Calm down,
yeah, what
bro.
I want you to do is stop spouting an opinion without any evidence.
It's not an opinion,
That's my personal thing I want you to do.
It's not an opinion. Right? Or maybe it is an opinion, but it's an opinion based on evidence looked at in the past. Right?
What evidence? Does it have a 97.7% consensus? Why would you think it's stronger than that? Because it fits your narrative?
Just enough, bro.
Why? If you don't want to talk to me,
I already told you.
Tell me to shut up.
I don't want to deal with you anymore.
Gio, do you want me to leave? Should I leave now because I've upset this guy?
It's not about whether you've upset me or not. It's about you being completely fucking disingenuous right now.
How? What have I said that's disingenuous?
What you've said that's disingenuous is that you just expect me to just pull shit out of my asshole when I'm telling you it was stuff that I looked at years ago. And you're saying, well, show me right now. Show me right now. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
That's disingenuous, dude.
If that stuff is out there, then take 5 minutes and go find it and come back and show me. Otherwise, stop saying that you have stop strongly saying that it's not real.
So take 5 minutes to go look for information that is generally being suppressed, and I'm going to have to go through hundreds of pages of stuff, right, to then find what it is, and you think this is going to take 5 minutes.
The solipsism of the pseudoscientist strikes again. It's the solipsism of a pseudoscientist. Number one, all data is fake because the data has to be biased because people are biased towards the thing that they want, not the actual reality of the situation. And number two, oh, well, I can't find any information on this thing that I think is true and that I've definitely seen evidence of because it's being suppressed. How convenient that everything you think is true, you can't actually validate in any way whatsoever. The solipsism, do you know what that word means, solipsism?
That's not what I said. You're straw manning me. That's you're
you know what
straw
solipsism
manning
is?
me, dude. You are straw manning me. What I said is I can't just within 5 minutes go find all this information that you want. That's what I
You
said.
can find anything,
I didn't say that it's
literally
impossible to
anything.
find. I said that it's way more difficult to find because you've got to weed through it all, right?
There is not a single thing
obviously,
that I argue about that I can't find evidence within like 3 minutes for.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
know what
cool, man.
solipsism is. You're the solipsist guy, right? Or was that a different guy?
Nope. No, I'm a fallibilist, but all flat earthers are solipsists. They don't think that you can get evidence for anything outside of like their own subjective opinion. They don't believe there's any objective evidence ever.
No, that's actually the opposite of what I've seen most globers come as solipsists and flat earthers say that you can know an objective reality.
They say you can know it, but they never present any way of knowing it objectively. It's always subjective. And any objective knowledge, so any like empirical evidence, they dismiss in lieu of their subjective opinion.
Yeah, but a solipsist is someone that says you can't. A solipsist is someone that says there is no objective reality, and the flat earthers are saying there is an objective reality.
They can't.
I don't think they are, no.
Isn't the solipsist someone that doesn't believe in anything outside their own brain, outside their own?
Yeah. And since all flat Earth evidence is purely subjective, all flat Earth is a solipsist.
No, that's not what it. What? Dude, that's not what it means. A solipsist is someone who says you can. There is no objective reality. Flat earthers are saying there is an objective reality. I've heard it. I've heard this argument several times. I've had this argument myself many times.
And where is this objective reality known about? Where do flat earthers get to know about it? Is it inside their own minds, their subjective opinion, or do they have some empirical evidence for it?
There's a lot of empirical evidence for it. What are you talking about?
Well, I'd love to see some someday.
I'm sure you've been shown it. You're just in complete denial.
So all I've ever been shown is that we see too far according to the geometric horizon, which isn't evidence of either position. And then a lot of misunderstandings about how like reality is meant to be, like mapping and things like that. So nothing objective. Like, do you think seeing too far is an objective evidence for the flat Earth?
It could be called an objective evidence, yeah. It could also be called subjective.
So the problem is that it can be objective evidence. You'd have to mathematically model it out. You'd have to show that it doesn't fit the globe prediction. And none of these see too far have been shown. Is a fraction can do a lot of fucky things with light.
Hey, you guys ever grow weed? So
Yeah.
if you grow the first upgrade you want to do is boost the CO2 in your greenhouse, your grow tent or whatever. And so if you hit like 1200 ppm, 1600 ppm, you get a 40% increase in yield. And that's one thing I think is so funny. You can even look up now you could Google NASA greening effect, and they were like showing with imagery that or how much greener the vegetation was, and they accounted it for CO2. So yeah, like CO2 in the atmosphere is actually really good for plants.
Yeah, but you're assuming that the amount of arable land is going to stay the same.
So basically, the Earth will find a equilibrium. So even if we put more CO2 in the atmosphere, you just get your vegetation.
And then that'll suck up more CO2. that'll suck up more CO2, and it will just balance itself out.
Yeah, but that doesn't follow.
People like this want to freak out about some little thing that's going on at the moment, causing no fucking issues. And instead, what they want to do is tax everyone, make everyone pay extra money for it, get rid of fertilizer, like take thousands and thousands and thousands of farms out of existence, destroy the food chain. That's what people like this guy want to introduce instead.
Dude, and you know what?
If you look at
there's studies about.
Yeah, we don't care about what you want to look at, dude.
If you look at this idea of greening caused by CO2, oh, sorry, you're still trying to. You're breaking up real bad,
buddy. So these studies that they spout off a lot of times, they're like from weather stations where they're like, oh, well, look in the 1960s. Well, yeah, in the 1960s, the city wasn't like 20 square miles larger, and they have these urban heating island effects that they totally discount, and in some of their stuff, they don't even address it. But yeah,
besides the Europe climate streaming,
an asphalt in a spread out city, it traps heat more, right? So that's why, like, you could be in Phoenix, and it's like 115 at 2 a.m. But if you're outside of the city, you don't have that trapped heat. And a lot of these studies have these thermometers that have these they're taking these measurements that the cities have grown and stuff, and they just totally dismiss them and decide that we should give 70% of our money to unelected bureaucrats so they could lower the temperature of the earth. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, exactly.
Just two things. This idea of global greening. So to say that some plants have a very small increase in the amount of growth that they experience from the higher CO2, it doesn't follow that the amount of plants in general, the amount of oxygen removed, CO2 removed from the atmosphere is going to increase. It just means that some plants may be slightly more efficient. The problem is that with global warming, we're going to see, or we have already seen, the increase of desert area. It just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And with the huge fluctuations with heat waves in the summer, there's a massive die-off period, and it's extending so that there's more CO2 from this die-off period, more CO2 released from fires in places like the Arctic Circle or from permafrost melting. And all of this is making it worse, while this tiny, tiny amount of greening in some areas isn't going to override any of that. And the second thing, we have temperature stations from non-urban areas that match the same trends that you get from urban areas. So the idea that some of them may be like in heat sinks doesn't mean that the rest of them are in heat sinks, and the trend is across the entire globe at all weather stations.
Cool, man. And they told us that we were going to have no ice in the Arctic by 2015. So
they told us
everything.
Dude, I literally drive on the every year.
Sorry, man.
No, it's just funny, yeah, like their whole notion. So, like, I do drilling in Prudhoe Bay, and I drive on the Arctic Ocean every year. And the other thing that's funny too is about the whole notion of this doom. It'll be the apocalypse. So, like, when you're in the Arctic, the one thing that's people don't realize is that that's where, like, it's literally like the birthing ground for all, like, every bird you could ever imagine. Like, that's where all the caribou go and stuff. The muskox, they're all up there, like, having babies. And, like, the notion that if, like, they had, like, a like, if it was warmer up there and they had more grass and time to fatten up their babies before they migrated south, it just makes no sense to me. It's just it's just comical. Like, if you've never actually been there, then you wouldn't understand it. You would just hear these scientific propagandists and go, "Oh my god!" But yeah, when you're actually there, it's really amazing. Like,
it's just solipsism.
And Iceland just a couple of hundred years ago was actually ice, and Greenland just a couple of hundred years ago was actually green, but now they've flipped. Oh, good thing that Everyone had
Yeah,
cars
just-
back then to
just
change the
solipsism.
atmosphere, change the climate.
Yeah, you had like,
So, like,
there's
all your opinions again.
there's all this
Well, that's
story.
not an opinion. How's that an opinion? How's an opinion that
well, it's
Iceland
just
actually
a
was
lovely-
filled with ice? Iceland was filled with ice. Why do you think it's called Iceland? Greenland was actually green. Why do you think it's called Greenland? Now it's filled with ice and it's filled with glaciers and so forth. Is that an opinion?
Yeah, is the little
Yeah, I think it might be.
ice age an
Okay,
opinion?
so Greenland wasn't green before? Greenland wasn't
I don't
filled
know.
with
I don't
green
think it was.
pastures before?
I don't think
Okay.
it was. It might have been
Sorry,
like
bro.
thousands of years ago, but not while humans have been around.
Was
Because we have hundreds and thousands of years worth of ice core data collected from Greenland.
I love that. Yeah. Hey, so was the little ice age because everybody was driving an SUV? Was that like a huge climate? Was that man-made climate change? Little ice age?
No, it wasn't. That's really interesting. So there can be cycles of warming and cooling, but when something doesn't fit
like
any of
now.
those cycles, if there's
Like
something that doesn't fit any
warming
of
and
those
cooling.
cycles, you have to ask why it doesn't fit and then try to investigate why it doesn't fit. So, like, there's a Milankovitch cycle, which is, I think, something to do with the sun cycle, which causes ice ages and like heating periods. And right now, we should be going towards a cooling period. We're right in the smack bang middle of the Milankovitch cycle, where we're at the warmest we should get, but we just keep getting warmer for some reason, even though we should be starting to cool. And that seems to indicate, because it's contrary to the cycle that does the heating and cooling, that there is something else going on. And when we investigate it, we see there's scientific principles from the 1800s at play here that we know are true facts, that CO2 absorbs and re-emits more energy. And so we can kind of conclude that if we are pumping more CO2 in the atmosphere, then this physical principle from the 1800s, first described as the greenhouse effect, should warm the atmosphere, and then we can track to see if that's happening, predict it, and we have 50 years worth of correct predictions about the heating mapped with CO2.
Were the correct predictions? So if you
Yeah,
follow
I can show a study 50 years ago that predicted the heating mapped to CO2 that we see now.
Yeah, I remember, like, what was it, like in the 70s or something, they were claiming it was going to be they were making movies. Or what was that movie where it's like New York was like the snow was like up to the skyscrapers? Like, it's just like trying to keep up with this.
Wait. Are you saying that a movie prediction is the same as a scientific prediction?
Well, it was a scientific prediction that we were going into an ice age in the 70s. That was a scientific
and
prediction.
that was
All the scientists agreed. All the scientists agreed. Consensus.
No, not all the
There was
scientists
consensus.
agreed. So if you Google that, you'll see that it was something like maybe there wasn't even a consensus on it at that point. Less than 50% of scientists thought we might be going into a cooling period, and that was because of the Milankovitch cycle. But then, as the predictions failed again and again and again to cool, like there was no cooling registered, they moved away from that, and the published science moved towards the global warming.
Yeah, dude. I even saw a breakdown of the supposed like ice core things, and this guy like showing all this data that they just scrapped because it didn't go with their model. Yeah, I mean, whatever, dude. Like, if
That's
you
a
want to
great
give
story again.
unelected,
Go back into the documents from the. Oh, sorry, you're breaking up.
It's up to you, man. Like, honestly,
Yeah.
the thing that just sucks and why it causes such an emotional response is because, you know, fucking people like you want to tell us, the people that don't believe your garbage science, how to live, and we don't do that to you. And that's the problem.
Yeah, of course you do.
No, we don't.
Yeah,
We don't
of course
tell
you do.
You want to rule over everybody, take their money, tell them what they can and can't do.
Yeah. And you don't want to pay into public systems. You don't want to be part of like government organizations. You don't want to be part of the collective good of humanity. You guys are trying to undermine
Telling you what to do, though.
the good work of governments worldwide in making humanity progress, or
Governments
the
worldwide.
good work of the collectivist mindset
Oh my God.
worldwide to make people progress. And you guys are undermining
Oh my
this
God.
all the time by just refusing to be part of it.
To the globalist will.
Yeah, globalism is terrific. Like the only reason you're talking to me right now is globalism.
Look, my global. Yeah, bro, you're like a plague to humanity. You're not the solution.
All you are is is you're just a dude spouting the same bullshit that you've been told by YouTubers for the last 20 years that you've absorbed without ever critically thinking about.
I need, like, dude, if I had fucking all this stolen, confiscated money from everybody, I could have all kinds of priests and labs make up whatever the fuck I wanted to, man. So yeah,
stolen money from everyone. What a
what
stupid
you're
thing to
doing
say.
is you're endorsing the fact that our electricity bill should go up by double, triple, quadruple. You're endorsing the
said
fact
that?
that we should. Well, that's what's going to happen with everything that you want done.
Can you show me how that's going to happen?
Want done. It's already happening all around the world. It's already happening.
Can you show me, please? Can you show me that's because of anything I want?
Any actual real solution, these people prevent. Like, if you try to go get a license for 3D ocean farming, you'll be shut down. You won't be able to do it. Like, I've tried to get the permits. If there was an actual crisis is on the scale that they claim, they would start implementing actual solutions, but they don't. They just want to tax you more and make us force you to buy their fucking solar panels or whatever. It's just such a joke. Drive their electric.
The reason I was sarcastically asking you if you can show that plain reality is because you don't actually understand the economics of energy at all. The idea that your power bills are going to go up because you're installing renewable energy and battery storage is ridiculous. Your power bills will come down or will grow at a slower rate as you install these things,
even though they're just going up and up and up.
Incredibly cheap energy. If you look at the levelized cost of energy for any energy source, it's going to be large scale wind and solar are the best financial decisions for an energy grid ever. Coal is getting more expensive. Gas is even more expensive. It's more expensive to run these things than it is to install new renewable energy.
I actually drill oil and gas, and there's fucking more oil and gas than we could ever want. In fact, we just found a reserve in West Texas that just that reserve alone, they said would meet the U.S. needs for 253 years. Not to mention Armstrong, Oil Search, all the shit in Prudhoe Bay that I've worked, those projects I've worked. Like, there is so much oil and gas. Energy should be so cheap, even in our current paradigm.
We have here in Cuba PD,
that Permian Basin thing is bullshit. That's a lie.
We can make gas ourselves with our kitchen scraps. You can make your own gas.
But number two, the problem is it's going to be more expensive as time goes on to get at the oil and the coal and the gas because we've gotten all the easy shit out already, and it's only going to be the harder to drill sites that are going to be left. So it's going to increase the cost of these things. But I can drop a link right now to the LCOE, levelized cost of energy for different energy production. You guys can look at it if you want, but it clearly shows that solar and wind, large-scale solar and wind are the cheapest ways of getting energy.
Yeah, that's
certainly not the cheaper way. We literally had so one of our government officials, she was the assistant to the climate change, whoever the fuck it was, I'm not sure, but she literally came out and said that the wind power generators that we have are actually not generating that much electricity. They cost us something like $900,000 a year to the electricity companies just to have them in the first place. And then they're not producing them. They have to use diesel and stuff for them as well. They're not producing what you say they are or what they say they are. She came directly out and said that they're just not doing what they're doing. It's all full of shit.
Yeah, it sounds like another opinion.
Well, she worked for the friggin' agency that deals with it, so I guess her opinion probably has some weight, right?
What's her name?
I don't know. I have to look it up.
Okay, well, you go away and look it up and come back with one thing, just one thing to back up anything you've said to me. Because I fact-checked this 200 years worth of oil thing in the Permian Basin. That's bullshit.
Yeah, well, here in South Australia, we actually have one of the biggest oil reserves in the world, just outside of Cooper Pedy.
Uh-huh. You also have, what is it, close to 60% renewable energy?
Yeah, and what's happened to our power bills, dude? They've fucking skyrocketed.
Yeah, but are they growing faster than other states? Except
I
for
don't
Tasmania?
know. Obviously,
You don't
everyone
know,
is
do
just
you?
going to raise and raise and raise. If one group raises them, they're just going to raise them everywhere. Or do you think that Origin
What do you mean?
Australia? You think that Origin is going to raise the prices in South Australia but not raise them elsewhere? They're just going to raise them uniformly.
Yeah, of course they will. Yeah, of course they will.
Of course. So you just debunked yourself.
They'll raise them in areas where they have to buy the energy at a higher rate faster than they'll raise it at areas where they buy it at a lower rate. That's why, like, Western Australians pay the lowest power bills because of their massive amount of house solar. And then it's ACT, and then I think it goes to Queensland. But if you look at the growth I think is lower in South Australia than anywhere but Tasmania.
Yeah, our power bills in the past, like 10 to 15 years, have gone up exponentially. We used to pay something like 8 cents a kilowatt only like 10 to 15, like 15 years ago. Now we're up to like over 50 cents a kilowatt.
I'd love to see something about that.
We literally have some of the largest power bills in the world, except for just recently because of the whole Ukraine thing, where power bills throughout all of Europe went from like, $1,000 a quarter to $10,000 a quarter.
That's nice. I mean, I just want to see some data about this.
Good on
So
you.
what data are you on about though? Like what is the cause? What is it that
So
humans
renewable
do?
for global warming.
Right.
Yeah. So the data is that the amount of CO2 is
into account. Like, well, here's what I'm saying. Like, do you think weather manipulation is a thing? Would you think that would have an effect on it? Do you think the scientists decided to include that in their data?
Yeah, so weather manipulation isn't a thing. It's something that people can do and have done on limited scale, but you can't do any like large scale, like actual complete climate manipulation. So like you can manipulate a cloud, or you can manipulate some rain, or you can manipulate, I don't know, like maybe local temperatures for a couple of days, get rid of fog or haze. But you can't change the climate of the world or a country. It just can't be done. The resources are unimaginable for that, and we'd be able to just see the planes constantly
are we testing
doing
for
it.
the side effects of using those things? Do we know what we're actually causing when we use those things?
Yes.
And what you're saying that was taken into account when
they did these incredibly small scale weather changes, yeah. Like, what do you think we've done that has shown that we can manipulate an entire country's climate for a decade or 20 years?
Well,
like, you realize
you've got the trends, right?
You can't just show like a small scale example of something working and then saying, hey, if we just scale this up, it'll work as well. That's not how this shit works. Like right now we have just about every technology we have. When we scale it up, there's all these extra things that are problems for it.
But also not just the technology, like the other guy said earlier about just the amount, the sheer more amount of buildings that we produce, and we're creating so many more heat sinks. That heat goes somewhere, that warms up all the rural areas eventually.
Yeah, so usually what happens is a heat dissipates out of the atmosphere at night. But because that heat's trapped in more CO2 in the atmosphere, then it is trapped, and overnight it's released as heat, and that keeps the Earth warmer at night, which means that the next day when it's heated up again, then there's more energy already in the system. It's what the reason that we have the atmosphere, like we have a breathable atmosphere and we're not a cold dead rock on one half of the planet at night, is because we have some CO2 that traps heat in the atmosphere, but now we just have too much of it.
Yeah,
it sounds like we need to plant a lot more trees.
Volcanoes. Yeah, don't mind those volcanoes that pump out like decades of CO2 in one eruption. Don't mind those guys.
They've been doing that forever, but the climate change has only just started happening, and it seems to track along with the amount of CO2 produced by humans. Like a volcano spewing out a heap of CO2, it'll take years and years and years, but all that CO2 will be scrubbed out of the system by being absorbed in the oceans or absorbed by plant matter. But because we've been pumping out CO2 year after year after year, that extra CO2 can't be absorbed over the next 5 to 10 years. It keeps getting built upon and built upon and built upon, and the systems that take CO2 out of the atmosphere are overwhelmed by the amount of CO2 being put in each year by man-made reasons, to the point where the oceans have higher acidity now than they used to because there's more CO2 being absorbed into the ocean, or that, as you said, plants are greening because there's more CO2 every year.
So like instead of taxes, why isn't there like obligations on each country to grow more plants and trees?
Yeah, rather than
How
clearing,
would you pay for that? You pay for
clearing everything.
You pay for it with taxes, number one, and number two, to produce more trees and produce more plants would require like more water, and in a warming system it's harder to do. Like you can't grow trees in every area that you used to be able to grow trees like 100 years ago because there's just not enough water falling on those areas consistently to establish the trees. This is a big problem Africa and particularly India has recently had. India planted more trees than any other country has ever done in a shorter period, and like half of them died because they couldn't keep the water up because the climate had changed enough. They weren't getting the monsoon rainfall at the time they were expecting.
Well, you just claimed that we had 3 years of devastating floods. Do you think that they have always known that we will get floods at some stage? Why would they
Yeah, and
not?
we can predict them.
Okay, and then why would they have not developed areas where they could run that water off into and store it and do things with it, rather than just letting it devastate? No, they don't.
Yeah, we've got dams, mate. You never heard of dams or reservoirs?
Yes, small areas. Why did they
Floodplains?
not make more?
Never heard of floodplains?
Why did they not make more?
Because
Why did
it
they
would
not
just
make
sit there
more
degrading
storage
for
areas?
decade after decade until we get one of these major flood events.
No, it wouldn't. You're just saying
course
that
it
they're going
would.
to happen all the time. We just had 3 years of it, so that's 3 years of like trillions of gigaliters of water that we've just wasted.
What did I say caused the La Nina event for the last 3 years? Can you remember?
It doesn't matter, dude. It doesn't matter.
Okay, it was
The
a
point
massive
is that
bushfires
why
in 2019.
the bushfires didn't cause shit, right? It
Oh,
doesn't
okay.
matter
Do you have
anyway.
evidence of that? Because I have a scientific article claiming otherwise.
Oh, cool, one, man. That's awesome.
Yeah, what do you have that claims otherwise? Farmers again?
Oh, yeah, it's all cool, man. So why are we not using that water? Why are we not running that water off? We know it's going to happen, right? You know that it's going to
Because it's
happen.
not consistent enough to be useful, and like the cost.
Yeah,
the cost
yeah, it is.
benefit
You're saying
just
it's going
doesn't
to.
make up.
Saying that it's going to be increasing consistently, right? So why not use it?
No.
We know it's going to happen. So build the infrastructure to run the water off and make sure that we can use that water, rather than having it devastate entire areas and destroy
Well,
entire
we
areas.
have dams, and we're going to increase the amount of dams. Like I'm pretty sure one of the ones that spilled over and flooded a lot of, I think it was a Tucumoma, or maybe it was Rochester. They're talking about increasing the flood wall, not the flood wall, the dam wall for that to add like another few thousand gigaliters worth of water to the dam, so that won't happen again, and they'll have an increased amount of water in the system.
And why aren't we already doing that in other areas? It's not like floods haven't happened for hundreds of years, right? We know these floods happen. We know that there's just trillions of gigaliters of water every time it does happen. That water could be stored in areas.
Cost benefit.
Okay, so it's bad mismanagement. The cost benefit. The cost
Yeah,
is
do you
people's
understand what that
livelihood.
means?
The cost is
Yeah, the
people's
cost is-
livelihood. The government is
Okay.
there to make sure that people's livelihoods partly are looked after, right?
Yeah, they're doing that partly, but there's a point where you can't keep every single person 1000% safe from anything that may crop up in their lives. The government can't step in and do that every single time. There's like a threshold for as far as they can go. And sure, they could probably build more dams and more infrastructure to make sure that flooding doesn't impact certain communities as much as it has been. That's generally a council problem, not a federal government problem. But they can't do that for all possible things, because let's say you dam up one area and then the water goes somewhere else. Next, you got to dam up that next area and the water is just going to go somewhere else. And like, you can't predict all of this every single time, especially since major water, like flooding events, can completely change the water courses that they traditionally went down.
No, they go down a pretty regular path a lot of the time. Now,
I can show you some time lapse of rivers from aircraft or space.
Yeah.
That'll be kind of
All right,
interesting.
dogs, you're not
Yeah.
really even letting him respond. You just keep clipping. Can you let him
Well, he's not
respond?
saying anything.
And then when it comes to fires, we've known forever that the Aboriginals have extremely good ways of controlling the burning. So why haven't we been using the Aboriginals' knowledge to go in there and clear areas and burn areas and make sure that we don't have this devastation? We've known about it for since we've been here. We've known the Aboriginals do this burning, and their burning techniques are just incredible, right? If you actually look at the fires that we had in 2019, right, the areas where the Aboriginals burnt were not even touched by the fire. The fire went around those areas. So why haven't we been using their knowledge for all this time? Well, no, not efficiently. No, not at all.
What do you mean by efficient? How do you determine that?
Well, if we'd been doing it efficiently, we wouldn't have such devastating fires in areas where there are people, where we would be doing it in all these areas. We clearly have not been doing it. So don't say that we have. Just false information.
We have, though. There's lots of areas. There's lots of areas in the 2019 bushfire path that were unscathed, like regional, country communities that were unscathed because they'd had a lot of planned burns and good backburning the entire time. What are you talking about? We do this. We just don't. Yeah. I don't know. It's harder to do now because the burn-off season is a lot shorter than it used to be.
Yeah, and the government stopped a lot of the farmers from even being allowed to do the burn-offs.
Yeah.
Who? Where? When?
Oh my fucking God, dude. Just go fucking look into it.
I have. And it's been fact-checked, and the fact-checks keep coming back with this guy's just talking out his ass.
Oh, the fact-checkers. Yeah, good job, man. Good job.
Yeah, if someone gets up there and says to me, the farmers weren't allowed to do backburning this year, and then I look up an article and the article says something like the CFA denied someone's burning permit because it was just before a massive heat wave, and if they had started burning just before this massive heat wave, then this massive heat wave could have kicked in while there were still live embers around, causing a massive bushfire in the region. If I read that, then yeah, that makes fucking sense to me that they're stopping these permits for backburning all the time.
Except that they've been stopping them for more than a decade before that. Not just one time. They've been stopping them for more than a decade.
Show me that. Show me that evidence.
Once again, it's multiple farmers coming out saying that they were stopping them. They weren't allowed to do the backburning.
That's all you have. Stories from farmers again. It's their opinion.
I got a quick question because I just joined. I'm a little late. Are y'all talking about the California wildfires and things along those lines?
Nah, Australia, bro. Australia.
All right, I'm in Canada, so we had a whole bunch of those direct energy weapons attack in the summer as well.
What do you mean direct energy attack?
What we're mainly talking about is weather, the climate, climate change and all that.
I remember when I was a kid, it used to be called global warming, and now it's called climate change. It's all part of geoengineering. It's all completely man-made weather. Now, I'm in Canada. It should be fucking minus 60 right now like the other years, but today it was hot enough to where I could wear a goddamn t-shirt outside. The grass is green. It's almost the winter solstice when the day's the shortest and it should be the coldest. But no, you'll go outside on Christmas Day with a t-shirt on.
Do you want to know why they call it climate change instead of global warming now?
This doesn't keep it an update.
So they cover every base, no matter how it changes.
Yeah, exactly. It's too warm, climate change. It's too cold, climate change. It's too much rain, climate change. It's not enough rain, climate change. Yeah, that's it.
No, it's because they looked at the base mechanism, which is a global warming, and they said, what's the outcome of this global warming? Will it just mean that the entire Earth in all areas will get equally hotter? And they said, well, no, of course not. you'll get more energy into the weather systems. And because of that, something like an Arctic storm will have much more energy. So you'll get like a polar Arctic vortex, and that will start to move, and it'll move a lot further than it normally would have in previous years. So then they looked at it and went, oh, actually, that's really interesting. It won't just be warming. There'll be periods where some parts of the Earth will get like a really harsh winter. It'll actually be colder because there's more energy in these polar storms, bringing this incredibly cold air from up north further down, which is what happened with that Texas like storm that blew out the power.
All right,
See you guys. I can't listen to this bullshit anymore.
Do you believe the climate change a result of the citizens or the government? Because I'll tell you the answer right now, it's definitely not the citizens. Because they were forced into using gas. They were forced into using this alternate energy source. The first electric car was mass produced in 1830 before the gas industry took over. And if we really want to have the research about man-made weather and everything that they've declassified going back since the 1930s, literally before World War II, that's when they started to weaponize the weather. There's a really good documentary on Rumble called Frankenskies. I can drop that in the chat and y'all could give that a good watch. It's like an hour and a half long. Talks a lot about geoengineering, talks a lot about all the declassified programs and files that they've released over the past 100 years, such as Operation Popeye, when they publicly literally have this on fucking Wikipedia. They do censor shit on Wikipedia, but they don't give a fuck about hiding this. The fact that in Vietnam that they were able to extend the entire rain season and create a typhoon, direct and aim it, and block off their trade routes from making the ground too soft because there's so much mud and rain to drive on. Now, if these people are basically able to create a hurricane 50 years ago, what can they build now with using that same technology? You said cloud seeding, so it's using chemtrails.
Yeah, so everything you just said is sort of this idea that just because they can do some small thing, and it wasn't them creating a typhoon. I'm pretty sure that operation didn't find any like conclusive evidence that they could actually manipulate the weather. But if they, just because they can do some small like changes to weather, like cloud seeding or things like that, it doesn't follow that they can do this across the entire climate. Or excuse me, across the entire climate. So, do you have anything in your shitty Rumble opinion piece that would give evidence of them being able to do it worldwide?
Like I said, I have a documentary with all declassified files throughout it. I'll even drop the goddamn file itself separately. You can look up Operation Popeye in the meantime.
Just so you know, I'm going to re-ask the question when you're done.
Yeah, documentaries prove a lot. All right, I just loaded my bong rip. So I'm going to give you a little cheers. So I'm guessing you believe that the Earth is round and then that overpopulation is real too, and that your government's in your best interest and they would never poison you with a vaccine like they totally did. Are you
Great. So I'm just going to ask the same thing again. All you have is some very small things like cloud seeding. Do you have anything that shows that they're capable of changing the weather across the entire planet? So can you answer that question?
Congress just declassified that they have an earthquake machine in Antarctica, and then they're responsible for the 2011 New Zealand earthquake. So they can create hurricanes, they can create earthquakes, they can create wildfires. Well, Tornado Alley, that kind of explains itself. And everything has a video, a documentary, or a literal, like what I just said, a fucking Congress disclosure that happened less than...
Let's play that game. Let's play that game. Can you get me the Congress disclosure that showed that they have an earthquake weapon in Antarctica or the Arctic or whatever?
Now, I have a question for you. Will you actually...
No. You haven't answered any of mine. So do you have that paper, yes or no? Do you have that thing that they've released?
But I also have this...
Okay, great. Can you drop that?
Yeah. And also, are you actually just going to look at it and not take it into consideration or not even click on it? Because that's the thing. This is the point about a debate. You actually have to take the evidence into consideration and watch it start to finish. Cheers, everyone. This one's for y'all. Enlightenment for everyone. I might play a Truth or song for y'all too when I share the screen. You don't got to be so fucking hostile either. Goddamn, take it down a fucking notch. We're all fucking human beings just trying to have a fucking good conversation and share our knowledge with each other. If you have
Most of us are.
Statement and opinion, you don't got to freak out and fucking be all mad and shit. Just explain your point of view and try to back it up. I got scientists, I got fucking mathematicians, I got engineers backing up my shit. I live with a scientist that taught the Earth was flat.
So the problem is that all you did was spew out a heap of things that came from a Rumble video, and I want the actual source for any of it. So do you have this declassified congressional thing about them having an earthquake machine? Does anyone have that? Can I look at that, please?
Yeah, I'm dropping it in the chat right now.
Is it just the video from Rumble?
It's an interview of one of the people that were at the main event. There's the main thing they disclosed a whole bunch of shit with UFOs. I wasn't really focusing on that too much. I want to know about the
so you're saying all you have is someone's opinion from an interview that is on a Rumble video that you just take to be true.
And you are basically saying, the government has said that they are hundreds of years more advanced than the general public, and them declassifying things. I'll put this in the chat first. Operation or Project Prop-Eye.
Just so you know, I'm going to re-ask the question when you're done.
It's just the fact that they don't care about hiding this. And it's the thing
hiding what?
Mostly kangaroo meat there. Very dry. Requires sauce.
Click the wrong
all
thing
meals.
He's
hungry for sauces.
The guns they have.
He wants to know the sauce. He's all about sauce.
Okay, so I'm looking at all. I'm trying to find this earthquake thing from Congress, and I can't find anything. So are you just saying, I just want a confirmation from you. Are you saying that the information about the congressional release of information on earthquake machine came from an interview that's just some guy's opinion on Rumble that you saw that you just took to be true and you haven't fact checked?
Here is the U.S. Department of State .gov. If you see a .gov, usually it's always 100% official. Here is that. It's on Wikipedia and their declassified file on the fucking website itself from the government. Call that a fact check.
Right
back at you.
Wasn't there a court case in the 80s?
That's one of the best things you can have. Oh,
so
here's a declassified.
Of course, there's evidence.
So DJ Shifty.
Wasn't there a court case in the 80s where a guy was talking about the government using weather manipulation? I'm pretty sure there was.
Yeah.
And that was back in the 80s. So.
Oh, they've been doing this 100 fucking years. And that's when they...
DJ Shifty. Your claim...
I've been telling you guys about this for a long time.
Your claim was that the US government can create... created a typhoon, I think you said, over Vietnam. Is that
Hurricanes,
correct?
typhoons, tornadoes, earthquakes, yes.
I was asking DJ Shifty. So,
no, that's true. That's true.
Was that your claim? Okay, so the article that you linked, it just shows that they tried to extend the monsoon season over the specific areas of the Ho Chi Minh Trail. So they didn't manipulate it to cause something. All they did was try to cloud seed so that there'd be more clouds in the region to extend the monsoon season. So we already know about cloud seed.
Manipulation.
Nothing about this.
You just tried to make that sound like it's not manipulation when it is manipulation.
Well,
it's 100%.
What I'm trying to do,
recognizing the weather.
What I'm trying to do is show that all of these things, all of these little cloud seeding operations or Operation Popeye or whatever, all of them are very small, very local, and it's hard for them to actually have reliable output from it. And you guys are saying that it's a worldwide thing that's happening. So can you show anything that's worldwide? And I'm still waiting for you to answer the question. I'm still waiting for you to answer a question about whether your earthquake information just came from an interview with a dude whose opinion he spouted on some Rumble video that you watched.
Well, I just find it
can you answer that, please?
Earlier you brought up, this is only small scale weather manipulation. You can't affect a whole nation's weather. Yet this guy has just brought some information that you can. So
And the
you might have
government
to back that.
declassifies it.
So where does it say that? Where does it say it happened over the entire nation or that it was effective?
Here, I gotta show you this documentary, and it came out before Rumble even existed. It's been out for a fucking while. And
But you still haven't answered my question.
Protests. There was a protest in my old town not too long ago of geoengineering.
So, Shifty, you haven't answered my question I've asked 4 times. Is your evidence for an earthquake machine just an interview some dude did on a Rumble doco?
It was actually on fucking YouTube initially, but the person who is talking was at the fucking Congress disclosure that was held at a public place, and over like 100 people showed up and were there, and they're in the fucking crowd, and it was
Okay, so
put online.
So what you're telling me is Congress held a disclosure for things, and that a heap of people turned up to speak at this disclosure thing, and some guy's opinion was that Congress had a earthquake machine.
It's not my opinion. They say that shit, and it's a fact. And then they say they're responsible. They, in the military's own words, they're basically saying that they're responsible for the 2011 earthquake in New Zealand. I will link you that.
The Congress said that. Are you saying Congress said that, or was it just some dude who turned up to a congressional hearing?
He was
like, was he a member of
conference and representing?
Was he a member of any organization?
Interview after, and it's that separate interview when it's a one-on-one for a fucking good amount of time. He had more time in that one-on-one interview than he did at the conference.
Okay, so we're at the point now where you have admitted that your evidence for an earthquake machine existing is some dude's interview after a congressional open hearing about, I don't know, aliens or UFOs. Is that where we're at now?
The alien stuff I didn't focus on. And like you can go and just they just basically said that they have had contact with another civilization for a long time. But they're not disclosing what it actually is. And honestly, if you've watched the show Inside Job, it's probably like that. Yeah, who's really running the world? There's like this fucking shadowy fucking like there's like an entire higher up society running the world.
So DJ Shifty, after everything I just said to you, so I spelled out exactly to you what happened, that there was some dude who held an interview after a congressional open hearing that was mainly about UFOs. Is this true or false? You went to go with, well, I wasn't actually talking about the aliens that much, like as if that invalidates the rest of it. My problem is all you have is an opinion from a video that you saw on YouTube. You don't have any actual evidence, and there hasn't been any disclosure. And this is exactly the problem I had with the Ho Chi Minh thing you just linked. Like, no, they didn't create a typhoon. They just tried to cloud seed to extend the monsoon season to keep the roads a bit wetter for longer.
Now, here is the thing, though. The storm would have ended. The point is that they're able to take that and aim the fucking storm. And if you give me a second, you'd find out that Dubai is one of the richest cities in the world, and it actively uses it to make it rain there. You can look that up as well, because it doesn't rain much because it's in the fucking desert, and they actively make it rain with cloud seeding. They make a storm and make it rain with planes. And this documentary,
yeah, so I don't disagree that cloud seeding happens. I'm just saying that there's no evidence that it can be widely used to create like extreme changes to weather patterns. So, do you have any evidence that you can widely use as cloud seeding in order to manipulate the entire world's weather systems?
Well, the question really is whether there is a side effect of that. Like, is there studies being done on what the side effect of all these small scale? Well, if Dubai is doing it over the whole country, that's cloud seeding over the whole country. That might be having an effect further afield, wherever that's being put, wherever that's being taken by the weather. And if everywhere is doing these micro weather manipulations, where's the studies being done on what effect that is having?
Yeah. I got all the there's actually been fucking court cases and shit all about this too. And the people that have tested the amount of unnatural liquid aluminum that has been dropped onto the land ever since the 70s has skyrocketed. There wasn't any fucking unnatural aluminum, and it wasn't the aluminum that's rock. It's the shit that's sprinkled out of those fucking planes. Like homie was saying before, like back in the 80s, there was back in the 70s. You could, at the early 70s, you could take your hand like this, and you could see the condensation trail of the plane disappear. But late 1970s, you'd be able to see it go way beyond your hand after that. Now it stays in the sky. I personally time-lapsed it to where you can literally see the plane, the jet stream turn into a cloud throughout the day. And ever since then, the aluminum lithium that's in that shit has been going into our bloodstream and into our fucking bodies. And all of these things, people have tested it. And at the higher altitude you go now, none of the shit was on the ground before the 70s. But now if you go there, there's even way more of it since it's built up for so long. And this is what the fuck people have tested, and they had water samples of higher altitude places had contained more of it because it's closer than the plane. Like people, there's mountains with fucking bodies of water. And that's some fucking OG shit. Geoengineering. I got a whole fucking category of stuff to show y'all. But god damn. Like stuff gets fucking oh wait, there I was in the wrong one. Geoengineering, there it is. Way the fuck.
All right, cool. So
I got a whole arsenal. I got a literal entire fucking category in my in the server to this.
Yeah, who cares, man?
I'm scrolling through it. It took a while. All right, here's that video that I was
just hold on. Can I just like you've just spoken for a couple of minutes,
dog? Because
no?
You're about to get fucking nuked.
Well, no. So the problem is you've said two things so far about the earthquake machine and the Ho Chi Minh Trail. And when I looked into them, no, they didn't create a typhoon. They just extended the monsoon season with cloud seeding, which I agree happens. And two, there was no disclosure of an earthquake machine. That's just some opinion some dude gave on an interview. So, well, you have to actually give something that has some backing to it, and not just what you've done so far, which is a conspiracy based on a YouTube video. And Gio, if you want me to leave, I can leave. It's fine. I'm not upset about it. I'll come back another day. But if you just want to do the mute thing all the time, then it's not going to work for me.
Yeah.
Hey, remember when all those leaked emails for the global warming hoax leaked out? It was like a big scandal. Yeah, no one talks about that either, do they, dogs? Is that part of your?
Do you have any information for it? Like, can you link something?
Story, buddy. You can research it yourself. But yeah,
okay,
that was
I'll look at it. Leaked global warming documents. Is that what I look up?
No, there was a bunch of emails leaked by a bunch of the global warming scientists. It was like a huge scandal back in like 2009.
I found it. There we go. Here, and then fucking bam. Yeah, both of them. Oh shit, that first one takes me to my server. Alright, delete that.
Dude, the other my phone died, so I left. But the other thing I was thinking about, dude. So like up in Prudhoe Bay, it's literally like it's flat as fuck. It's like at sea level. And dude, imagine all those oil companies putting all that, like they're going to build a gas because there's so much gas up there, and they're obviously trying to expand. And dude, can you imagine all those oil companies drilling? It's just going to be under the water. And just what? How long, dogs? 10 years? What do we got? Ocean's Rise.
All right, take these people's word for it that I just sent you. I sent you a good documentary, and then this fucking court trial that I was quoting.
Wait. Is your evidence now another YouTube video, considering that your last YouTube video was just a heap of opinion?
No, you can't.
And a court case that hasn't actually gone to trial yet?
If you had a fucking book, and then I would just fucking dismiss it, knowing that books have a lot of anything, just like a lot of these documentaries and shit, and then you just watch the fucking video. You can't just fucking dismiss something. That's what I was saying.
Of course you can.
I'll say, if you dismiss it, then I'll say I fucking called that shit, because you just like motherfuckers just want to fucking try to do a damn debate, but then don't send their own actual side of their fucking thing. Like if you're to send that episode of the fucking Joe Rogan TV series he had on Netflix and said, oh, well, this is why that fucking chemtrails are not real, because fucking Joe Rogan said it. And then I would be like, well, watch this shit. But you don't even have a fucking thing. You're just like trying to dismiss something you haven't even fucking seen yet. So how do you even have your own opinion before you even watch it? Exactly. And I got more of a side. I know I can put up a better debate on how to debunk them than you can.
The source of your claims are unreliable, and you are misrepresenting what those claims
you
are.
You can't say an entire documentary you haven't seen is unreliable.
Of course I can. It's just the opinion of one man in an interview after a congressional thing, and you cited as Congress has admitted to. So you are unreliable, and your source material is unreliable. So give me something that isn't just some dude's opinion who could be lying and that you haven't fact checked.
Well, honestly, that's the reason why I go on to Rumble, and because I don't get a fucking pre-selected algorithm from propaganda fucking media sources that you're taught about in school.
You think Rumble doesn't have an algorithm?
Fucking YouTube does. Definitely.
Yeah, but Rumble does also have an algorithm, so it's going to show you things that you're interested in. So if you just believe a whole heap of climate, like denialist bullshit,
You
and
just
like
argue with everything.
and manipulation stuff, then Rumble is going to keep showing you that stuff. It's not going to show you anyone debunking. It's just going to keep showing you like a video of some dude whose opinion it is that the government has like some global weather manipulation harp system.
Because for real.
So you haven't done the research. How the fuck would you?
When I looked up,
I'm doing it now, and it was unreliable.
I found the sources that I would have to fucking dig through the filters on YouTube to find.
Who cares?
I found it on the first thing. That means that
who cares?
The algorithm of propaganda is not nearly as high. There's like TikTok's a good source for information. I don't use it too much, but there's an algorithm on that, and then there's some good shit.
Who cares? I'm talking about the reliability of your argument. You've got no like base material or like basic place where any of this information comes from. All you have is some dude's opinion, and that dude's opinion isn't fact. This is what I've been saying for the last like hour, is that all you guys ever have is some subjective opinion about bullshit. You never have actual reliable evidence or like empirical data or facts. It's all just bullshit opinion that's filtered from one dude to another over YouTube videos. But anyway, I'm out of here.
Time lapse of it. I literally said I have a fucking time lapse of that shit.
Dude, and this is another thing I just realized is so funny. So, like, basically, the entire north slope of Alaska would go underwater because it's basically at sea level, right? Yeah. And so this guy's proposing that the ocean levels are going to rise, but yet here are all these companies in the state of Alaska ready to put in a gas line. Like, what? That's going to be under the ocean? Like, it's fucking ridiculous, dude. The whole thing is a scam.
Yeah, and I'm just like, fuck, like, what else are you supposed to goddamn see it on? Like, fuck, mainstream internet page? Like, fuck.
Yeah, like the Google algorithms that just give you NBC News and ABC and CNN and all their outlets.
Did he leave, or did someone move him? Yeah, he may have left, I don't know. I literally sent him a fucking documentary that came out, like, way before I even knew about Rumble.
Yeah. Dude, it's such a scam, dude. I can't imagine companies like literally putting billions of dollars into a project that's just going to be under the ocean here and just no time lickety split. Like, the whole thing is just such a scam.
I hate when they bitch like a crisis actor. Like, fuck. Like, being like, there's a lot of those too.
Indeed.
The Maui fire one.
It's literally living in the zombie apocalypse. The zombie apocalypse. The zombie apocalypse of normies. Yeah. Give 70% of your money to unelected bureaucrats.
Get that ivermectin injection so you can counteract it.
Zero carbon policy.
We all need to eat bugs so we can have better weather.
fucking, they're trying to take away all of our fucking cattle. And buying up all the damn land. Fucking China's doing that too.
Yeah, dude, the gas line in Prudhoe, it's gonna be Chinese for sure, Chinese owned. Like the state of Alaska got such a bum deal in it. Like there's no provisions for maintenance or anything. It's just all in the lap of the Alaskans. It's sad.
I mean, Justin Castro, his whore mother. But yeah, she actually she went on tour, got gangbanged by the whole Rolling Stones, wrote a book about how she cheated on Pierre Trudeau, Justin's dad, 10 times in a month, and then talked about it on national fucking television. Like, damn. Like, she was the political slut. Like, literally. No offense to anyone, but like, when y'all look at pictures of young Fidel Castro and Justin Trudeau, they're fucking identical. Like 100%. He doesn't look like Pierre at all. Compilation of pictures too. And then they went back to, well, here's the thing. They went to Cuba, her and fucking Pierre, 3 times. And what happened was, she got knocked up. All of fucking Canada was hating Trudeau because they were a democracy country hanging out with a dictator. And you know about the Cuban Missile Crisis. It's that fucking guy. The guy in Black Ops 5, or yeah, Black Ops 5 Zombies. Pentagon map. But then fucking, they went back again the second time, and then they take a picture of, well, it's when Trudeau was born at this point. And you see Margaret Trudeau there smiling, and Castro's holding him, and he's just looking, he's just this big fucking smile on his face because he's holding his child. Pierre's not in the picture. Castro dies 2013. Justin Trudeau gets on stage, crying his eyes out, talking about how much of a great leader he was. The dictator of Cuba is his father, and that's who he was talking about. Yeah, and that's why I have actually, since I call him Justin Castro, I'm gonna rap this song for y'all. I don't want to get your shit canceled or myself debanked or some fucking shit like that, though. Because I say some rank shit. There's like the logic side of me, and then there's like the Eminem.
Then there's like the 50 Cent.
But I don't even want to say it like that. Now I'm thinking about it. That's just a logic. But I mean, like, when I say like the Eminem side, I mean like I can be like just as like fucking graphic and shit. But I'm not gonna be like the psychotic fucking kind of look that he was doing, like in Marshall Mathers. Like, I'd rather tell like a dope fucking story and how like shit exploding, like the fucking In Your Mind Michael Bay.
Yeah, I just got a hoverboard and I'm fixing to test it out. You guys want to see?
If anyone wants to watch a really good fucking documentary though, and learn a lot about fucking chemtrails and shit like that, give that documentary a watch though. I dropped in the chat, Franken's guys.
I don't think I've seen that one yet. I'll check it.
That is a fucking great. That's one of my favorite documentaries.
Yeah, so a lot of the elevation in Prudhoe Bay is 10 feet. And they're about. What'd you say?
There's been a lot of pilots that have admitted it. And like, there's this one guy who showed a walk around on his fucking little aircraft. It was only like that one in San Andreas. You can jump over the wall, get inside the first plane, not the big one, the little one. It's like that little plane, and you fucking you put there's a whole section that you really pour the chemicals into and everything. And then there's a fuck ton of pictures. I have them. Well, that documentary has a shit ton. It shows all the different tanks outlining the whole fucking inside of the plane, like chemical tanks. Fuck, I remember going to kickboxing. That was so fucking fun. They had a killer ass, like 30-minute warm up usually, and it was fucking constant. And then, okay, drill, and then just like doing all the fucking moves. Do the 1-2, they fucking kick, and the person checks it, and then they do a 1-2, and then the kick back, and then you check it, and then do a 1-2, and then you continue the pattern and shit. Fucking dodge and duck a fucking punch, and then kick to the body. Damn, that was like, you get a fuck ton of power going through that way. Just all the different moves and shit. And then jujitsu.
Yeah, you know, I was actually thinking about the chemtrails and that, and the aluminum, or as we call it, aluminium. Byproduct of that is fluoride, of course.
In the water supply.
Yeah, and you know, these. If you've seen the water samples and soil samples, it seems to suggest that there's all kinds of heavy metals, and I think they settle in on people's lungs, and that's what they blamed on the Cerveza book, the thing that 3.5 years ago.
Yeah. And you do some footwork. I took a fucking week off the gym.
Did you notice upper respiratory issues with people? I certainly did, and myself, of course.
Oh damn, that's honestly chemtrails though. That's like one of the earliest conspiracies I've ever believed in. That's the classic one that's actually real. Now that I'm thinking about it, because there's like the Loch Ness monster, and then like a Bigfoot, and then there's like the Montauk monster. Okay, that one that's a little. Yeah, that's an interesting one. Now we're thinking of it, and then there's the fucking like chemtrails, and my dad taught me about that. Legit, rest in peace. And I was like 8 or 9 years old because I was looking at the Bermuda Triangle, and he was like, "Oh, you want to see something interesting?" And then he put on a chemtrail video. This is before 2012, so it was a lot easier to find shit like that. And then in 2000, I think it was 15 or 16 when they did the big internet flat Earth censorship. and then starts censoring channels more and putting in pre-selected algorithms that makes it more difficult to find. With chemtrails, though, the video of my dad showing us this guy with a really good fucking camera, and he zooms in on the plane, and you can see the trail going, tss, and it stops. And I was like, oh yeah, there's no fucking way. And he was talking about, yeah, you can see used to be people way back in the day, they'd say you can see the condensation trail disappear in the night right behind the plane, but you can't anymore. Sometimes when I see a very small, like a really odd small private plane flying, that's like the one plane I've ever seen that has had that demonstration. I have seen a plane only one time, or it was actually 2 times. I've seen the plane more than once. That was the only time though. And I was like, huh, it's interesting. Just they put a lot of shit in the fuel.
I seen the video where it seems to turn off and on. The one, I think it's the one you're talking about, and I'm also old enough to remember what contrails used to look like. They used to just disappear very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't leave in the air like they do now for fucking hours.
I remember too. But do you not still see some that don't linger? Because I'm sure I've still seen some that don't linger, and you can see the clear contrast between all the other ones, and the ones that actually dissipate.
Yeah. Have you noticed how it seems to sort of obscure the sun as well? It's bizarre. Like the sun's out.
Definitely.
The sun's out.
3-4 hours after, like if you're up in the morning, you'll see them doing it early, and then within 3, 4, 5 hours, you can see it's just cloudy and it's just a smog.
Yeah.
Oh, holy shit, though. This is a way easier conversation. You can feel the fucking vibe difference. Like, we tried. He could have watched the fucking documentary declassifying stuff going back to the 30s and the court thing. But he just wanted to dismiss it. I was even.
No, he wasn't here to have a discussion with people, man. He just wanted to put flat earthers down. That's all he came for.
It's like he's a fucking paid.
Yeah,
he got paid to fucking go in. Close the server. Make it
But it's weird, like like how you guys are talking about, the high metals in the ground, and it just kind of made me think of the film The Happening. After obviously the other guy said about what happened 3.5 years ago, it just really made me think about the film The Happening. Do you guys remember that film?
Mm-hmm.
Sounds familiar.
Where people were just scared of something, but they didn't actually know what it was. But it was the trees, or it was the vegetation, or something. But it just reminded me of that.
It's gonna keep the information rolling. All right, for that picture, Bob's album cover or that mixtape cover, I would have not had space in the background. I would have had the stars on the dome and then proceed the rest in the background. DMT universe on the outside. And then God at the highest level. But there's water outside of our great biodome.
Wait, what?
I believe, in the Bible, it's
I'm
squares
kidding.
off. And there's 4 grand pillars holding it up. And the firmament divides the waters above from the waters below. And the black hole sun, dun dun dun, might be a Messiah mission. Dog, I'm so fucking surprised I've never heard about this. Have y'all heard about the flat earth blood over intent shit? When people were like, it's like they're trying to fucking, oh, it's a fucking trick. Don't do it. It's like they're trying to make you fucking sign your goddamn name in blood. And then
Yeah, and
swear you're gonna
supposedly
go
they all went
here.
to the North Pole to bathe in the whatever it's called, the pool of everlasting life or something, some crazy stuff. Yeah, I heard all about it, but it kind of got disappeared really quick.
Like the Holy Grail, like, and that's the center of the mountain right there. It's like Mount Zion in the Great North. Holy shit! Yeah, there's a lot of things. Maybe there's a whole other ice wall, and then you go into it, and then the world just becomes like that size again, or something like that.
I don't know about that.
No, I think it's there is that continent though, right in the fucking middle.
Possible,
of the
but I'm
earth.
saying.
Map of the moon is the main thing. I got to buy that and put it on this background.
Yeah, I thought that was quite interesting. I'm not sure that's true, but it could be. Yes, anything's possible.
Mm-hmm. Fucking.
I mean, if it's logical, I mean.
Yeah, he's dedicated like his whole.
It does make sense when you look at it. It does kind of make sense. It does kind of look like it could be a reflection, but is it a reflection of the whole Earth at one time, like at the beginning, or is it actually a reflection, a now time reflection that we're seeing of current? Like in other words, if we shine a bright enough light, would it reflect back at us from the moon? The moon is a reflection of light from the Earth, right? There should be a way to prove it. But of course, if nobody's even looking for it or trying, then how would we ever find out, right?
Yeah. It's like with the moon map, what he believes, but it's like fucking. It's so odd to think about though, because like player stays in the center, that moon map really stirs the fucking pot. See, like the whole system, whole other continent right here, probably like Australia. Yeah, it's a full-on other continent right there. There's a bunch of other continents. But it's like they say it's an older map of the world. And a lot of things have changed slightly.
It's like a carbon copy of it from the beginning of time. So I've heard it. I don't know if I believe it, but I guess it's possible. Anything's better than what I saw. I saw it disappear, so obviously it's not real. Because things that are real, that are solid, don't just disappear, right? You know that, right? So it has to be some kind of void, as far as I'm concerned. But I could be wrong. There's still that. Next year, I'm gonna get a video of disappearance. That way, I can show everybody instead of just telling them about it.
I was at Costco today.
Yeah, I haven't been to Costco in a while.
Just set the iPhone 15 background of the fucking map of the moon, Earth. Yeah, and then the map of Pangea looks like the other side. Like there's a whole other continent. Maybe there's a whole sun system over there, possibly.
But you don't know. You didn't know that the sun is rotating around a giant thing. The Earth is actually a bigger place, but every so many years it shifts over, and we're actually and it darkens out some of the Earth that was there, supposedly. Like I said, that's just supposedly. I don't know if it's true.
It might freeze.
I tend not to believe stuff that's that complicated, but usually I think if it was true, then I think it would probably make a lot of sense right away. It would be like, bam, hey, that makes sense. You know what I mean? It would just kind of fall into place. Whereas, because we can't know everything, you know what I mean? Obviously there's something holding it up there, but what it is, what it's made out of, how it works, who knows?
Yeah, maybe maybe it only shows one side.
That would make sense of it being reflection. That's the reason why we only see one side of it, because there is only one side to see, because it's of the Earth, and the Earth is a flat, whatever, it's a plane. So it would only show the part, it would show the whole thing if it was illuminated all at once. But that would require there to have been some kind of I guess when the light was brought in, when the sun was put in, that would be the only time it would all be bright, right?
Hands down, though,
Whatever.
is that 8 inches per mile square is not there. Bailey photo proves that you can see two mountains that are 260 kilometers away from each other from 1,100 kilometers away going each side.
I've seen the foot of Shasta Mountain from Fairfield, dude. So I know that's over 200 miles, and I've seen the foot of it on a clear day without any kind of like magnifying glass or anything. You could just see like literally almost all the way to the base. I was like, holy crap, how's that possible? That's insane.
260,000 feet of missing curvature.
It's like 197 miles from where I was standing to the base of the mountain. So it's like almost 200 miles. That's pretty far.
Yeah, it's like 700
I think it would probably have curved away. Yeah, it would be curved away by then, I'm sure, over that distance.
Yeah, that used to be on Taboo Conspiracy's channel, and then it fucking got taken down. Guess the video was too good or some shit like that.
Mm-hmm. Either that or it had some music on it or something.
Yeah, I'd like to go there, 100%. I just looked it up, just the Bailey photo, and then in the YouTube filters of Taboo Conspiracy, and it pops up like a re-upload.
Yeah.
And holy shit, that is a fucking.
What takes silicone off the stuff? Is there any kind of like chemical that you can put it on to get silicone off the stuff? Just out of curiosity, anybody know? Like I know there's a chemical you can put on it, like acetone or something, isn't it? It'll take silicone off.
Silicone off of what, dog?
Somebody put silicone on this helmet that I just bought, and I guess there was some kind of like mohawk or something on top of it, and they super glued it on with silicone. And so I'm trying to remove all the residual that's on there, and it's a real pain in the butt. I'm trying to do it with my fingernail, but it's not wanting to come off. It's a pain in the butt. But will the acetone take off the paint though, or the clear coat? Because I know the helmet's painted, so it might. Yeah. I could probably just use alcohol or something. Maybe that'll get it loose or make it gel up a little bit. I know alcohol does help break it down, but it doesn't necessarily dissolve it.
Or use a sander or something like that.
Yeah, but like I said, it's like a brand new helmet. The only thing wrong with it is the sticky stuff all over it. I really would like to remove it without getting rid of the clear coat, but because it's like a mother of pearl color, it's really pretty. Really nice helmet.
Now I'm chilling through New York hoods with Dr. Judy Wood.
As soon as I get all this stuff off, I'm gonna get me Deadpool stickers for it. That's why I want all that sticky stuff off. So I get the damn sticker to stick on me. It's all bumpy. But it's like brand new, man. I was like, $40, you bet your ass. It's a Shui multi-tech. Pretty badass.
Got the specs, bumping songs from a Tribe Called Quest.
Yeah, who's on camera? You guys having like a little concert?
Shit, I'll do a couple songs. Now you're thinking about it.
Yo, I'm at a concert right now. Guess what I'm seeing? I'm at a concert right now.
Who is?
Who are you seeing?
I'm seeing the Judds.
Oh, right on. I like the Judds. I didn't know they were still singing.
Actually, I didn't like them, dude, but it's only one of them now. But she's actually pretty good,
Judds
dude.
are
She's
cool,
funny
dude.
too. She's funny.
Yeah,
man.
the
she
Judds
cool.
had a lot of good songs.
Yeah, it's cool.
At least all the chicks dug them anyway. I know one of their albums pretty much by heart because of my aunt. She played it every day, all day
my
long.
girl.
So.
I'm with my girl and her sisters.
I see.
But dude, I didn't think I was gonna like her, but she's really personable. She's like, taking pictures during the show, and because I'm at a casino, so it's a small show.
That's always good. Yeah, that's always good. Yeah, I saw 408 the other day, and was it PX2 or something? They were pretty cool. They came down into the damn audience, and my daughter, who's only 13, was dancing in the mosh pit with them. It was pretty cool. I was digging that. I was like, damn.
Mosh pits can be dangerous, dude.
Yeah, but this was a small event. It was 408 and PX2. It was in Berkeley though. It was a little small place. If it would have been like a big time, like thing, I wouldn't have let her get out there.
I don't know if you know what Stubbs in Austin. It's a big concert outside place in Austin.
I've heard of it.
Yeah, and I was there. We were seeing a metal band like the other day, and the mosh pit was it wasn't even a mosh. We were outside the mosh pit, but even where we were, like everyone was being shoved back and forth. She passed out. She almost got trampled on, dude.
Oh wow, yeah, it can get crazy. You don't want to take kids in there. That's for sure. This is like a small event. It's like the size of a dance floor in like a high school. You know what I mean? It's not very big. It's a really small venue. It's pretty awesome.
Okay.
I got to meet all the band and got them to sign a T-shirt. It's pretty awesome. I don't really know the band that well, but I like them now. I mean, they played pretty damn good. I dig them.
This judge lady's pretty funny though. She's cool. Because the mom's dead, you know. The mom's
Ashley,
dead now, so.
Yeah, Ashley. Yeah, Ashley is basically dead. Is she still big and heavy, or has she lost some weight? Still a big gal?
I don't think she's lost any
Still
weight.
pretty,
Her name's Winona.
Oh, Winona. Yeah, okay, that's right.
Yeah.
Ashley was the younger sister, right? That she dropped out at some point. Or was
I
it
don't
just a
know.
different girl?
I know nothing about this band, dude.
I forget. I know there was 3 of them at the beginning. There's the 2 daughters and the mother. I don't know anything else beyond that. I wasn't like into it and go see them in concert. I've seen lots of people in concert though. Jeff Leppard. Who else have I seen? I've seen Stained a couple times. I've seen My Chemical Romance. I've seen 408. I've seen Rob Zombie a couple times. I've seen Godsmack.
I've seen Zombie. I've seen Rob Zombie, and he asked the audience.
Rob Zombie's cool.
He's like, "I can play one more song. What do you want me to play?" And I said 96. I said Thunder Kiss 65, and he played it. Yeah.
No, right on. Yeah, he played all the good ones. Yeah. But you know, it's like 20 years later. I mean, almost 30 years later since he came around. It's like really weird to like, because it still seems new to me because it was in a time where I was already grown up by then. I wasn't like I was a kid anymore. So all the bands that came out were new to me.
I'm talking about
so they still seem
ago,
good.
What I'm talking about is 15 years
ago.
So.
Just a few months ago. Yeah. I just saw him a few months ago.
Oh, 15. It said 15 years.
Playing with Alice Cooper was pretty awesome.
Oh no shit! I saw him with Godsmack. Yeah. He opened up for Godsmack at the show I saw.
Yeah, they played. Yeah, I saw that same one. It was at least 15 years ago. Yeah, that was the tour I saw where they played the drums together. It was pretty badass, bro.
Yeah,
that was a badass.
Yeah,
when
Sully plays with his drummer. I like that. They had the drum off, the drum battle.
Yeah. So you saw the same show I did. Yeah, you're right. It doesn't seem like that long ago, though, does it?
It doesn't seem that long ago, but it was 15 years. Yeah.
Wow, I'm surprised you
15 years
remember
or
that.
something like that. Yeah.
No, it's not. But I mean, yeah. Now in my in this time of my life, it seems like 15 years ain't that long. I remember when I was 15, and I thought that was forever. But it's really true. It's interesting.
Shit,
what was your first?
Now
concert?
for some,
just out of curiosity.
No, my first concert. You're gonna make. I get made fun of a lot in this community, and
it's not your fault. Usually, you get taken to it. So.
Yeah, but it's about to continue, dude. The first concert I ever went to was Backstreet Boys.
What's wrong with that? Could have been worse. I saw Krista Berg and Huey Lewis in the News. That's Krista Berg. Don't pay the ferryman.
Have y'all watched This Is the End?
Yeah, I've seen that movie.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah, oh yeah, they have like a huge tribute to the Backstreet Boys in that movie.
Yeah, it's pretty cheesy.
That's the truth, though. Like all the fucking people in Hollywood didn't get raptured.
Oh, I always thought that all the bad people would get raptured and all the good people left behind. Thought that was how it was supposed to work.
Dude, honestly, I think people who believe that there's going to be a rapture, you got to understand that's
I don't necessarily think that. I think the rapture's already happening.
Dude,
people are dying all the time. They're dying young.
It's just that's like wishful thinking, dude.
No, I don't know. I don't know if the end is now, but I know it's coming. I know I probably said that my whole life, but when I was a kid, I didn't believe it. When I heard people talking about it and then predicting the date and all that crap, of course, nowadays
everyone has said that their whole life since the beginning of time.
No, I think that's the way it is. I think that's the way it always seems to everybody. That's just how it is. I mean, the end is the end to you. It's personal to everybody. That's what the Bible's all about. Of course, people will argue with me, I'm sure, but good luck. Makes more sense to me, bro. God is definitely a father.
I bet.
Whether he's a man or not.
I bet you Jesus did not know. Jesus did not think that this would go on this long. I don't think.
You know, I wonder what exactly is going to cause Armageddon. Like, there's got to be a cause for it, right? Before God just finally gets tired of it and doesn't want to see it. I mean, if I was God, I'd be angry already. Just watching the children, just how many children are murdered every year. And it's right down the street from my house, and there's not much I can do about it. You know what I mean? It's like, I wish I could change the world, but what am I going to do? Kill other people? I mean, that doesn't make sense, right? Like, so how do you fix something like that? You can't. You can't make people see things like you do, and you can't force them not to do stuff, especially when the government's told them they could. all you can do is stand back and hold your hands, right? Pray and hope that those people change their ways or something, right? Or that God doesn't hold it against all of us. But I'd be very pissed off if I created all this and the things that I created were doing what they're doing to the world. I'd be very angry. I am angry, actually. So I know God's pissed off.
I bet you he's not.
Holy.
Well, I mean, it's all for a reason, but since I don't know exactly what that reason is yet, until I know, I can't be sure. So I'm going with what I got.
Check this out, dude.
That's all I can do.
Check this out, dude. What if the reason for existence was literally so, just like a thought experiment or like a social, like an experiment that this God's doing. He put in these rules of laws of physics in place, and you just want to see how it would progress and what will happen from there.
How it would affect.
Like you saw, if you put these laws of physics, what will happen? Could he eventually like have beings like us that would be able to manipulate and experience the world? And so I think he can only see the universe through us. Yeah. Well, think about
like he can't see his own creation in a way. Like he has to see it through the eyes of his own creations. That's weird. That'd be a weird, interesting thing.
Right. I think he's living through everything that's created. But think about all the things that are
well,
created.
yeah, but I don't think that makes me not a personal creation
as well. I've thought that as well.
I'll agree with that, but I don't agree with that. It's not a personal thing that he didn't create us all individually. I still believe it.
There was something that confused me earlier. That I think it was that North said that a friend of the world is not a friend of Yah, and that kind of confused me. It's like why would he not want people to be a friend to his creation?
Because it goes against the reality, right? Because you stand apart when you're godly. You stand out, don't you? That's why people dislike you, because you stand out like a sore thumb. Because you're nice and you do things for people, and you're helpful, and you don't care about things. Like me, I just do that. I just do things because I do them. It's just how it is. I'm not saying I'm godly. I'm just saying there's a part of me that's moral that just stays moral no matter what. Doesn't matter who comes along and tells me different. Until somebody literally shows it to me, I'm not going to change my ways. I'm manifest. I'm down with what I believe in. I think that's the way most of us are, right?
Right. I think I'm just obviously not getting what they meant by worldly, but I think I know now. It's like a friend of the world in the sense of how it's already been sort of twisted.
So check it out, Jim. This is Jim, right?
Yeah.
Long time, buddy. What's going on? No, this is the way that I see it, dude. Is that just like I said? So imagine God created the universe. He's a part of every single thing, every living and dead, everything. Okay.
Yeah,
and
I thought of that.
Let's say that through the things that he are able to actually make choices and think like living things, he can only influence them. Like in your being, he can influence you. He speaks to you, but you're a physical being. You have biological necessities like breathing and eating and having sex, and so you have almost like a dichotomy inside of you where there's an influence from this spiritual
stop making
influence,
sense,
like the
bro.
spiritual
You're
being.
confuse people.
No, but check it out, and you also have an influence of your physical necessities like eating, power, sex, this kind of stuff, and you have a choice which one to listen to more. And I think what you said about the worldly, like the people, I forgot what you said about the world, what North said about the worldly thing, but that's the worldly side. Like all sin is this worldly, physical stuff. Where instead of listening to him, you see what I mean?
Right.
That's how I see it, at least.
But that's the thing, though. It's like you'd still want to sort of like, I don't know, like protect nature in a sense. But that's still worldly, is it not?
What do you mean by nature?
Like animal populations and tree and vegetation.
Okay, check this out. Again, like imagine that this is the universe is the way I just described, where it's like God created everything; He's a part of everything. So then you realize if you're listening to that influence, then you are a part of everything, right? You're part of the animals, right? So that's why it's good to protect other living things because everything's a part of you. But at the same time, there's nothing special about nature. Like there's nothing better about it than than yourself. You know what I mean? I don't know if that makes sense.
I know where you're going with it. I mean, I know what you're talking about, but I don't necessarily agree with it. But I hear where you're coming from. It makes sense. I mean, it does make logical sense. But I'm just not sure how it all fits together. I think there's more to it, and I think that once we know it, it all makes sense. I think once we learn the truth about everything, it'll all just fall into line. We'll be like, oh, I get it. That's why this and that. And oh my gosh, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, that's what it'll be like.
I promise you, I don't know the answers. I'm probably wrong, right?
Me neither. But I mean, it's fun to throw it out there. I mean, can't learn if you don't think, right?
It is. It is fun, and we could all subscribe to somebody else's idea, but the truth is, like, it's a personal
Yeah,
journey
it
to
is.
understand the truth of it
I
all.
believe it is.
Yeah. I don't think the Bible is I think the Bible's a good tool. It's a good guide or whatever, but it's not the end all be all. It's somebody else's journey. Somebody else wrote that and put it together how they how they understand it to be. But same with Einstein's relativity. That's his understanding of it. But there could be something completely flawed about the way he thought about it or the way the people who wrote the Bible, expressed that. But anyhow, we're getting off into the weeds.
Yeah, that's all right. Not hurting my feelings. I've talked about it all.
I honestly, I can shoot the shit with you guys all night. I'll get in trouble. I gotta get back to the judge. So
Oh yeah.
All right, about to do this live.
I don't think anybody in here probably has a problem with people just talking about what they think is true. But I mean, when we come down to it, we're why we're here is reasons. So I get it that they want to stick to that. Of course, it's always
that's
fun.
what makes this room special. That's what makes this room special.
Well, yeah, because we're allowed to go off into the rant sometimes, but there are times where I completely agree with why we don't go for it.
Just FYI, not that I want to put words in North's mouth or anything, but I assume from his perspective that it's the same reason that it says something like, don't lay up for yourself things which moss and rust corrode and thieves break in and steal. That's what he meant. He meant that
Meaning
places
understanding
sort
is
of,
much more important than just having possession.
well, he meant this place is sort of corrupted. That's what he was really saying, I think.
Well, yeah, of course, yeah, I agree with that.
And that your true nature is eternal. That's what I'm assuming. If I'm wrong, I don't think.
No, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that does make a lot of sense. Like have the right priorities,
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, just realize what you're here for. You're not here to have a good time. You're here to learn things, right? You're here to be set in stone. You're here to be tempered, pressure, whatever you want to call it, tested.
That's what I mean, though. That's not different than what I was saying, though. Like,
no, I know it's not. That's what I'm.
Way.
I mean, it's still it actually does.
It's a different way of saying what I was saying. To be honest, because I agree with that. I agree with that. But that's just another way of saying the same.
Whatever, Kosho.
No, I'm just letting you know. I just want you to know what I mean, Andy.
If that's all he wants, if that's all he's asking for is just to be right in the argument, I'll let him be.
No. I don't want to be right in the argument. I want you to understand me. And
I think I do. I think I do.
Yeah, what you express is what North said. It's in line with what I was saying. It's just.
But it makes sense from both
for
me because I've always thought of like every living thing being like God is in every living thing. Yeah, I've always thought of that as well.
Well, yeah, but like I said, I think what it is we can't understand God because he's beyond our reasoning, right? We were created, he wasn't. However that works, I don't know. But it doesn't make sense to me because I came from a mother and a father. I know this, right? We all know that. But that's what makes it difficult to understand. But that doesn't mean that God doesn't exist or that he can't be God, right? It just means that it's hard to understand him or that he's not on the same level. He's not a being. He's beyond that.
But mind you, we might be the best people to be aware of our own ignorance in the sense of how like we might not know how corrupt nature actually is.
That's true.
A fraction. Sorry, Nate. One sec. A fraction of the whole is never going to understand. Do you see? He's always.
Yeah.
This is what I keep trying to tell Snakes. The thing is, thought's limited.
The spiritual side,
and
we're never
through
gonna
that
see it.
limitation, there'll always be conflict. All right.
Yep.
So that's it.
Kind of like how we see our world. We can say all these things about it, but until we know what kind of light's actually in this world, and like, how do we know there's not light we can't even see or that we can't even detect yet, right? That would explain why there's all these weird things in the sky that don't look right. There could be another kind of form of light or another kind of physics that we're not even aware of. But we've been blinded by the media into believing these simple ways of understanding things to keep us, keep us in control, to keep us from revolting or going against their little plans of whatever they want to do, right? Which isn't necessarily a bad thing. I mean, if they're doing a good thing for us, but it seems as of late they're not doing so great for us. Instead of nurturing our good points and punishing our bad ones, they're starting to giving us credit for things that are evil instead of, you know what I mean? Like, that's just wrong. We all see it. Wow.
Yeah,
I
look at dogs as a huge example of, like, look at what humans can do if they don't do, you know what I mean? We've bred dogs into such deprived sort of breeds in a sense, haven't we? You know what I mean? Like, think about what we might have done to plants over thousands of years. Who knows?
Think about what geoengineering has been doing. That's what I worry about. It's like, what if there was more oxygen and more pressure at one time and things got bigger? So everything was bigger. That's quite possible, right? That would explain why we have all these supposed giants that are turned to stone and whatever. I mean, I'm not saying that I believe that necessarily, but I'm saying I've seen a lot of evidence for it, and it kind of looks like there might be something to it. Either there were stone, or either that, or people just built giant stone statues of beings that were that big just for the hell of it, which doesn't make any sense either. But I mean, I don't know. I've seen things in my real life. Like, I've been in a house that was supposedly occupied by a demon, and I'm telling you, I felt it, and I don't think it was my imagination at all. Like, I felt it, and I didn't even know there was anything in the house when I first got there. But I quickly told my stepmom, I was like, "Dude, something's not right here." And she's like, "What do you mean?" And I'm like, "Something's not right. What are you guys doing in there?" And they were like, "Well, we're praying." And I go, "What are you praying for?" Because something's going on in here, but I can't explain it. She's like, "Okay, I'll tell you what's going on." And she tells me that she went there to pray to get rid of an evil spirit. And I'm like, "What? Well, thanks for telling me." I'm like, no wonder I'm getting this weird ass feeling, and I feel all this like weird, like, I felt like, I swear it was like somebody was tickling me, it was like somebody was touching me. It was just weird, bro. The vibe was weird. And I was like freaking out. And then I asked my stepmom told me that. I was like, thanks a lot. Like, you could have warned me. Like, I might have wanted to stay in the car. She's all, no, I need you to watch the baby.
There is some
It was
supernatural shit that goes on. God interacts with me all the time. And my father, even though he's passed away, it's through numbers, perfectly timed, coordinated events. And a lot of it's through music. And there was a YouTuber named Grim Nasty TV, and he was all about like decalcifying your third eye. And he's like, if the creator talks to you through music, it's a psychic power. And I'd had that happen to me for a good amount. I've had that happen for years now, ever since I was 19, took an ounce mushroom trip. It basically, when I heard that, I was like, oh, it all fucking makes sense now. And then there would be like perfectly timed moments when it's like, I was driving today with my roommate. We went in the Costco. It was actually right before we went to Walmart. Right before we go in, we're bumping the song "Lord Give Me a Sign" by DMX. And right when he said, "Lord, give me a sign," and I looked at the time, and it was fucking 47. It was like 6:47 exactly. And the whole thing is like, I always see the 33s and 47s, and he's started seeing them too. A lot of my other friends have had those perfectly timed moments, and it's like, oh, it's God's soundboard. Just like I taught them basically now. The creator can talk to you through perfectly timed events, numbers, and through music. People fucking laughing, like, you say something, and then the fucking someone starts laughing in the background. And I was like, so even he agrees with it. The amount of time that has happened specifically, Like, it's fucking hilarious. Like, it's right there in plain sight. You just have to look for it. And as soon as you look for it, I guarantee every person here can find that sequence of moments happening to them.
I completely agree. However, the mind is incredibly powerful, and we do create our own reality in a very odd way, which I don't fully understand. There's an inside-out thing that happens, and also that old cliched saying, which you've all heard, which goes something like, well, where attention goes, energy flows, or something like that. That there's something to do. You know what I'm saying to you? There's intention, and then there's synchronicities. That's kind of the way I see it.
Yeah, like once you're aware of it, you look out for it more than other numbers. It becomes more special than other numbers. So the other
ever
numbers.
since I bought a Toyota, I see Toyotas. I see them everywhere. I see cars everywhere that are Toyota. Wow, I never noticed so many
Right,
Toyotas everywhere.
exactly.
I think that's mostly what it is. Yeah. I mean, maybe there's something to it. Like, I'm not going to deny that
There's
there's
some
not
of that,
something to
but
it because
no,
we can,
I get
convince
you as well.
ourselves. But
Because
yeah,
there's
exactly.
rarer events. It's like quite often I don't know. No, yeah, no, but no, there are
I've literally dreamed
other
something's going to
events that
happen,
you
and
and you know it's not just a coincidence. It's like, oh wow, no, that was
right.
like perfect timing.
Yeah, it has something that spoke only to you. Exactly. And only you can. Only you're witness of it. Right. It's like, yeah, I know what you mean. I know exactly.
Yeah, it's the 11th month. I'm at 11% of my phone battery, and it's 8:41. So there's a whole bunch of ones right there.
That's 742 here.
Just from looking at that just sequence there.
My battery's 13% and going down because I'm using it at the same time I'm charging it. Normally it works, but for some reason it's not charging crap this week.
Can someone hook up a brother and play this my beats for me? Because I have to restart. My computer's being kind of a dick. I'll send you all the link. Someone's up for it. You're on mobile, Cookie Monster. Who's not on? Holy shit! So many
Crap, I
mobile
just realized
users.
somebody in my brain.
I feel bad. But there's only one. It's only me on camera, so it's not too big of a deal. It's only when there's a bunch of people on the camera and you can't really see them all.
The camera's actually blocked. It just shows a block mark on everything. It's not showing the picture of it. And for good reason, because a lot of people can.
Can you stream the beats for me? If he's there right now. This makes me. God knows. I could even play it through the mic. It'll sound good on stream. It'll just Discord will fuck around with it. Fuck. Let's go.
Wonder. Yeah. Your dreams. Keep 100. They get it.
Hey, Matrix is doing another karaoke. You want to go over there and check it out?
That keep it 100 though.
Yeah. Your dreams.
Play the right one. I got to see that the weed leaf or the giant weed nug in the fucking in the old-fashioned car.
Dreams.
I gotta restart YouTube Music real quick.
That sounded like a nice beat.
Yeah, I fucking love that instrumental.
Wonder. Yeah.
I don't know why the fuck. When I got this on YouTube Music, I realized later on because okay, there it is. I found the beat first, and then had that saved into my playlist. And when I got YouTube Music, there was another category for it. It was in video, but then it said song, and I clicked on it, and then someone rapped over it. But the mic quality is not where that fucking is not nearly as good as the instrumental. I'm about to kill that shit. I'll even turn on all the reverb. No, I'm just joking. Bring it down. Probably about right there. Yeah, the Roosevelt is the car that the President Roosevelt drove. That's what it's called in GTA 5, and you can get the fucking Tommy suits or Tommy guns and mafia suits.
Wonder.
There we go. Yeah. Doing research with my laptop on the New World Order agenda plot. Solving the history mystery, Tartaria stirs the pot. Perfectly crafted architecture with massive blocks, dome buildings, pyramids, and generators producing gigawatts. Living life, I've adjusted to my new budget. Electric longboarding down the street at the peak of my summit, exposing the industry puppets to the public. Time to fight back, even if it's with old school muskets. Time to get above it. I'm the CEO, driving down the road, thinking about the truths of the world that I need to expose. Should I disclose the crossroads, how artists sell their souls, or the military UFOs with all the demons in control, or the fact that the earth is not a globe, it's a level plane encased in a giant biodome? Castles, churches, and cathedrals built how many years ago? There are power stations like the pyramids. 369, Nikola Tesla knows. Yeah, I focus on myself, especially my health. Being an entrepreneur, increasing my wealth, and bulk of the seatbelt start driving the Roosevelt. Got the mafia suits on with the Tommy guns tucked in stealth. I am truly blessed, living this life with minimum stress. Nevertheless, I'm working hard and achieving my goals and quests. May I suggest hitting the gym and working on my chest? Go home, play some chess, and flow rhymes and express and reflect with constant success. Yeah, I'm satisfied with the amount in my bank account. Bumping under pressure by Logic, got the song and that's got bounce. Stories being completed, soon my album will announce. When I see the opportunity to send it to Bobby, I'm a pounce. Picture a giant painting on a massive frame, wooden canvas, riding my wieldy mammoth, fighting a giant prey mantis on campus in Kansas while munching my Futurama Hermes mammoth. Start flipping over cars, doing incredible amounts of damage. I'm levitating during my standing ovations, sending messages through telepathic communication, saying, "Read the Masons, ready for termination." I'ma achieve my life and always show my friends and family true gratification. The secrets of sacred geometry, the fine Fibonacci sequences is honestly astonishing. It's the golden ratio, approximately our true consciousness, mathematical creation story. I have telepathy. When I die, I get revived like pet cemetery. I'll be coughing, hotboxing my coffin, bust out of the grave, so stomping on the world economic form. I storm through the door more than James Bourne C4. I'm the transracial rapper going after the KKK. Roll up to Africa, North Korea, China, free the modern slaves. Blood diamonds, lumber batteries, plus J's is what they make. Yet these companies gain the power. Your kids is the first they'll take and put in chains where all the sheep sleep. I'll be flowing, going ultra instant, expressing myself with my truth of beliefs. Let's proceed. Tier 3 Bs have cloaks of invisibility. Free the kids from Epstein. Now I'm playing Need for Speed Underground, drifting around the entire town. Hit the nitrous now. Tires spinning, producing clouds. Music bumping surround sound. High in psychedelic compounds. Cross the finish line, achieve my crown, and then I make the crowd every time I rap astounded.
Identified flying objects, UFOs, continue. And they're not completely ignored by officials. British House of Commons has just been assured that lights seen over southern England were the planet Venus.
Excuse me, I almost had a burp there mid-song. Holy shit. Yeah. I'm on my anti-gravity roller coaster with the flamethrower, push over the boulder through the door of disclosure. We arrived at the cipher, man. I'm the Dakota numerologies in plain sight right there. I told you, taking low much angles on the night combination with the queen. I'll be Alistair Overeem, blast you the smithereens through the TV screen. If you still fight me, your astral lucid dream. Wanna take DMT, fly up to continue the battle scene, could be contained. This is insanely Bruce Wayne fighting Bane on a plane, flying through a hurricane. Then the shots exchange, and they can feel the pain suddenly in the crash on the top of a moving train. He busts out a 12 gauge, tries to blast him through the grain. Grappling hook swings down from the giant yellow crane. Batman throws his massive punch and breaks the mask off his face. Green goo splashes out and stains his cape, bringing it back to ancient artifacts, proving the earth is flat. Science and math to calculate that. It's time to wake up the matrix from this program nap. There's other countries and continents they're hiding off of the map. Do you want to fight them like Khabib? Anytime, any location. But remember, I ain't going on probation. Sign the contract for the interviews you'll be taking out the training. I grab the bong and light the bowl and start blazing. Yeah. Roll up to Justin Castro's house, blunt my mouth, pin smack, just whore mother, then fucked her on the outside couch. Knock, knock, hit the ringer, it's the free thinker, gunslinger. He opened up, bust 14 rounds of smoking blood trail begins to linger. Remel's Will Smith's Hollywood's cuck, past G.I. Jane around it, give her a fuck. When a nut cause an explosion, reverse back explosions of powerful sense, ripples emotion through the ocean, pieces of her body, senses, characters start floating. Walt Disney, 33-degree Mason emerged, frozen, cracked open. It's time to purge, turn the next page. Read this ocean. Eminem, the Satanist, is hating this. Lucifer's like, you're my puppet, bitch. Now get out rhymed by the guy telling movies for the mind. Listen to him shine. He's flying combined. Extra 71 Octopus Prime. I'm dropping bombs on Megatron, slice him in half. The sword he no longer corresponds. Bring him to the bottom of the Marion. Feed him to the jaws of the Megalodon. Then I blast off higher than Neil Armstrong. Jump out as James Bond with his press on. Headshot cloud swaps. Pull the parachute. Flying line off. Sneaking into Bohemian Grove. Jump off the owl with the dual-wheel crossbows. 360 no scope. The popes through the throats. Hold all their faces down. Burn them to the red-hot stoves. Singe that grill mark like the M in Home Alone with no snow. Then tie the newts ropes and kick the bricks that tied to down the cliff of the cove and dragged it to the bottom of the unknown. I got an oath the moon landed's a hoax. You never see the horizon curve example with any boat. All the presidents are related by blood. Think that's a joke? The people who run this world are a satanic cult. Yep. Damn. I'm risen with more predictions than The Simpsons. I'm lynching Nixon and skinning the Clintons with more ammunition for controlled opposition. I'm more controversial than Sean Strickland. Knock up Trudeau's wife and punch a baby bump. How's that for pro decision? Just kidding. Take a joke or get fucked like Pulp Fiction. On a serious note, you need to listen. Abortion should be allowed, and man, that's fine. But fuck the people saying that the fetus isn't alive. To fund the police only increase the crime. And that was Masonic plan the entire time. When it comes to the truth, I saw more mysteries than Scooby-Doo. The say anti-Semitic if you ever uttered the word Jew. Just like your racist was saying that a black president was Obama too. I remember back in the day playing GTA with my cousin and dad. Fantastic memories made. Wish we could rewind time, have one more conversation. Maybe if we take DMT, that would be amazing. It's the rising of the new beginning. I'm like the flow state now. My energy is swimming. Enjoying this life 24/7 living. Blessed with every opportunity that I've been given. Just gotta keep on fighting. Wake up in the morning, release the thoughts that I'm writing. Drop their lyrics. Only two labels I consider signing. It's Mommy Born Truth Records right now and declassifying. I'm looking to my mind with these rhyme notes soaring through the sky with my flying boat while Karen yelling the X and Y chromosome doesn't exist. And if you disagree, you're a racist, transphobic Satanist. Ready for the extraction, get the lights, camera action, cause a massive distraction. Con 4 breaching clear with the night vision attachments. Count Bryce and bust through and hearing Karen's headshot, blood splashing. Break free from the matrix surveillance. They're selling your information on databases. I'll be flying, doing zero gravity, flipping weightless. exposing the satanic famous Freemasons on the starship with logic, swimming through the cosmos, land on a blue planet full of vast tropics. The door opens with the sound of the hydraulics. You see alien species running around through the optics. Thalia, what's the sound in our observation? Can you right now find our location? It's a transmission from the mathematical magician. This is right now my newest condition. The forcing us to fight, it's the endless sequel. Let's free mankind, our senator people, enlighten the world, flying the Anunnaki eagle, activate all the pyramids, castles, and cathedrals. There's a connection between Andrew Tate and Andrew Tate. To plant a sign, I peel inside of a steak. As he choke and make him walk the plank, I sit back, light up the dank, it floats around the room and it stinks. I create memory impacts the moment that I rap in real time, listening as record cracks. Got the stoner accessories in my backpack, watching Rick and Morty in the home theater as I relax. Bust out the bong tray and the stash, pack the bowl full of the grass and the hash. Light up the gas, chambers up the glass. Then I feel the blast, then I pass left down the stoner path. I gamble every night and I roll the dice, stack the chips up higher than the world's biggest cock. Go home in the kitchen, grip chicken fried rice. I splash soy sauce, soup like my skin color right. Pop shrooms, broken ice cubes in my trippy room. Sea stars shining through with my super zoom. Spice up some food, throw it up on the barbecue. Then I head back to the home theater and hit resume. Yeah. Sorry for being a little bit offbeat at the start of that. Yeah. If I ever see that Hillary bitch, I'll plant a bomb in her hickory sticks, drag her body into the slippery ditch, and bury her under the rickety bridge. They lie about all of the elections, divide and conquer is their agenda. Using psychological warfare is the weapon, geoengineering causing unnatural selection. I'll never support a charity organization, taking all the money, 3%'s what they gave them. John Rothschild founded the Board of Education to program us through Freemasonic indoctrination. Yeah, I'm the founder of Spectacular Towers, cities with wireless electricity power. I have a more creative mind than Kevin McAllister. Snuck the U.S. challenge with the 50 calories to massacre disaster. Every chapter in my life is miraculous. As I'm walking, every step is truly passionate. Yeah. Fighting aliens with my battleship. The weapons explosions are truly extravagant. Reminiscent playing Prison Break, helping Heisenberg escape, increasing my GTA rank, completing heist, stacking cash in the bank, hitting the weed vape side of the tank, open fire across the water, ship sank. I present a cannon guard that's wrapped in hemp, hotbox the room that's super intense, playing Battlefield 1, it's super immense. Then I pray to God and repent in biblical sense. I take the munchies that I've been craving, then cook up the grub, then watch Jason Statham, living in the shed accommodation, awaken the entire nation is a dream chasing. Yep, gotta let you know I'm on my grind daily. Doesn't matter if it's snowy, sunny, or rainy. I touch down with the homie Tom Brady and right off to my GTA 5 yacht sailing, teaching the world of a collector conscious, spread the message of God and make it prominent. Live your life, achieve your goals, make it dominant. Ignore distractions, stay focused, 100% conscious. I caused the turn of the century, drag racing my Yosemite to the dispensary. The shroom high, it's giving me energy. Break it down fundamentally with this chemistry. Chilling with the homies and we all hanging out, listening to the bars that I spit and pronounce. Reminiscing, going fishing with my dad, catching trout. Drifting his old truck on the dirt road routes. I remember buying weed for $10 a gram. Now a pack of shrooms in my peanut butter and jam. Expanding the mind, thinking about how I can save society. I have a grand plan. Fuck all the distractions, it's time to start rapping. Any bar or obstacle I took and snapped it. YouTube shorts and Instagram feed. I'd rather binge watch truthers and research properly. It's like GTA, increasing stats. Rewind time, then you gotta pause and recap. When Ohio trains went off of the tracks, shout out to the homie Rosendale was affected by that. Yeah, shout out Rosendale for real. Lizzie's homie from East Palestine. I'll be right back. Good rock. Just First time rapping today, but it's all good. Reminiscing, going fishing with my dad, catch a trout. There's more songs that I want to perform. I just don't want to have everything on.
The old DJ, you taking requests?
Requests. Playing.
No.
I have one of my glower songs I can show y'all. Fuck, this one goes hard as shit too. Where it is. Yeah, I used to believe the earth was round, and that's when I wrote this song. Still has a lot of symbols.
It's funny thinking back to those days, eh?
Got it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm rapping divine, doing it just fine. So slick, I read 5 punchlines. Got it in my right hand, the leader of my band, and the man digging pyramids out of the sand. I ran it down in common sense, spreading happiness to all my fans. Yeah, we can save this world. We just gotta expand and create minds. Work together and plan. Let's get this world to listen to my ambitions. Yeah, this is my mission. Conquer the world like it's a game of risk, but instead of war, preaching it like this with peace and equality, ending world hunger properly. Never seen poverty, connecting infinite free energy with wireless power. Yeah, it's possibly happening in tri-time. Let's rewind to back in the day when Nikola Tesla rediscovered the greatest power to give us today. Let me explain the ether, dark matter, 0-point energy field, the ocean of infinite energy. It's all the same with different names. We've had the recipe, it's been studied for thousands of years to the day, but that's okay. We will unlock it like bosses no matter what it costs us. Use real energy and stuff off to build gloss to cross. Don't join into your loss in my sauce. I know because we will travel the stars, colonize Mars, bring back self-charging and flying cars. A Titan civilization is not that far, it's closer than the bar. We will unlock and harness the power of gravity and fly around the universe real casually, using all the cheat codes to reload 9 minigun shots so fast the beat slowed. Transition any competition into submission, yeah, that's my mission. Ignition, switch position, taking top mount, smash the face until the blood splatters all out. The breath pulled me off when I knock them unconscious. The mess up the words made the crowd fucking nauseous. Back to the top of the builder bats rockets. Bombers our nose is not with nothing sockets. UFOs or AAVs, TR-3Bs in government facilities. I'll generate our own atmosphere. Create vehicles, use your mind to steer. Where there's no more need for crime and fear. I'll be staring at the sunset on the pier. I'm ECRIB, repping my team. Try Infinity's industry. Robbie's dropping CDs, watch easy, creating history. Yeah. Having fun, living life, never stress, anxiety, chill vibes all night, tripping about all right, spitting bars that are right, bump me up, see fight, my strikes feel like T-Rex and shark bites, hype taking flight, so bright at blind sight, I'm so high, I'll be flying on a kite, I become the Iron Samurai Knight, slays these motherfuckers down, showing my might, soaring through the stars in the universal light, reaching the spike, find a boss, gets a left or a step back, so see us go, make greater snipe, counter strike, straight down the pipe, I'll go like a light, couch my throne, put on my crown and shake God's hand and make them astound, this is my path and this is my journey, thank you for listening truly. DJ Shifty Crib out. I don't know how much the beat went through because I couldn't stream it.
No, it's pretty clear. It's pretty good. You've got a good mic, obviously.
Those 5 songs really good. There's like 12 songs I got right now. Hold up. All right, homies. I'll check y'all later. You have a good one. Peace.
Yo, you there?
For anyone out there listening, you don't have to believe the ruling class elites' scientific propaganda that they used to subjugate you and enslave you. Break free.